Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are on the globe. This is Warpstock Europe 2020 with its second day of presentations. A first note is that I just made a change to the schedule for today. The presentation from Dmitry Komnikov from Bitwise Works was on the schedule to follow up Louis Rosenthal, his presentation on the roadmap for ArcaOS, but that has been moved to the evening, and after Louis Rosenthal's presentation, Alex Taylor, his presentation will be up with his update on the ArcNoa package manager. So those two presentations have been swapped around in the schedule. First off is Louis Rosenthal, and he will be giving us an overview of the planned roadmap for ArcaOS 5.1 and what all of the planned features are and what they have all been working on and what we are going to expect for version 5.05 of ArcaOS, which seems to be close to release. So we'll now switch over to Louis live. This is actually not a pre-recorded presentation, this one is live, but I suggest that it's easier if you ask the questions later. We'll monitor the IRC channel and the YouTube video stream for that. So if you have any questions, it's easier if you can write them down and then ask questions at the end of the presentation. Louis, the floor is digitally yours, so welcome.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. We've been chatting anyway, so saying hi seems very, very odd, but hi anyway. Sorry I'm a bit underexposed if I am. It's just the layout of my office with my windows behind me, and we finally have some bright sunshine on the East Coast. I'm going to mute my speakers over here just because they're making some noise. So we're going to start with the first slide, which I suppose is up right now. I'm not looking at the live stream, so I really have no idea. I'm going to give you a quick, well, sort of quick overview as to what we've got cooking for 2020, and that will start with ArcaOS 5.05 and what we're working on with 5.1. So slide 2, please. Okay. I turned my speakers back on because I realized that I had absolutely no way of knowing if there was anything going on the far end of this call. So, all right. So before we get into the weeds here, let me just run down some release terminology so that we're all clear on what we're talking about when we discuss releases. A major release is a major version number. So we had OS2 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. You could argue that Warp 4.5 was really Warp 5, but IBM didn't call it that. So we started ArcaOS at 5.0. That's a major release. Will there be a major release of ArcaOS 6? Probably, but we haven't planned that far out yet. A significant point release is not quite as drastic as a major release, but it does have new features. All of the work that we've been doing with the 5.0 release cycle has been maintenance, fixes, enhancements to the installer, and of course the updater, which was a new feature. But generally, we don't add new content during maintenance releases. That would be for a significant point release. So when 5.1 comes out, we will have new features as well as new languages. Because as we know, 5.0 is still English only. And as I say, the last bullet point on the slide, bug fix or maintenance release. All the 5.0 releases that we've had have been maintenance releases. 5.05 should be the last one, and then we'll move to 5.1. Next slide, please. So 5.05 is scheduled for release this month. We're very close. We're in the last stages of the last beta, just ironing out a couple of the final wrinkles. But it will be released this month. That's the way it looks from here today, unless something major falls in the next couple of days. 5.1 will be the next significant point release, which is probably going to be sometime in 2021. We'll go through a normal release cycle with that, the same way we did with 5.0. So we'll have 5.1.1, 5.1.2. I don't know how many 5.1s we'll have. And then ultimately we'll get to 5.2. We have not planned out where 5.2 is going to be. We're really focused on 5.05 and then 5.1.0. Next slide, please. So in 5.05, we're going to have the debut of USB 3 support, XHCI controllers. You'll be able to install ArcaOS on a system that is USB 3 only for the first time ever, and you can do that with a USB stick and a USB keyboard and a USB mouse, all connected to the XHCI controller, and your installation should just run like usual. We have an updated FAT32 for the first time in the entire 5.0 release cycle. Cache is working in FAT32 now. It's not a speed demon. Performance enhancements will come later, but it is much more stable than either the 0.9.13 release from NetLabs, which is our immediate predecessor, and it's certainly more stable than the FAT32 that we've had to date. We have an updated UNIOD release 226, which supports more mixers. In fact, next to me, I have a ThinkPad T560 that had no sound on it whatsoever. And with the latest UNIOD, it's got beautiful sound. And in fact, the audio in this laptop knocked my socks off. It is truly amazing. 5.05 will also have updated Mozilla apps. Everyone has been clamoring for something newer than Firefox 38.8 and CMonkey 235. So we have Firefox 45.9.0, Thunderbird 45.8, and CMonkey 242.9, which isn't really an official CMonkey release. It's sort of in between 242 and 243. The apps are fairly stable for Mozilla apps. Has that for a disclaimer. But they are much more useful today than the older versions of shipping. They do install in the same place, in the same manner as the old Mozilla apps. So we're not installing from RPM yet. We haven't made that change to the packaging. They will replace if you're doing an update. They will replace whichever versions you have under the programs directory in your installation. The Samba client has been updated to 4.11.5, which is a current shipping Samba from the upstream Samba project. they've made some changes to what they consider to be minimum requirements for connectivity in the later Samba 4.11 builds. And we've made changes in ArcaMapper to help mitigate those for people who are running other network hosts where we were connecting before without a problem. We need to sort of back level Samba 4.11 so that it will negotiate with those things. And the first run of ArcaMapper, it will prompt as to whether you want to relax the SMB1 restriction. Normally, SMB1 is considered deprecated at this point, but so Samba 4.11 will start off negotiating at SMB2, which means that you won't see your SMB1 hosts on the network. We prompt now to allow you to set that specifically so you can see those things. And there are various other applications that have been updated in the package as usual. Drivers are at the latest available builds, and the Unix compatibility subsystem is updated to the latest packages available. We now include USB audio for Class 1 and Class 2 devices, selectable in the hardware selections. Expand the USB offerings, and you should see an option to select USB audio there. We also include a utility USB auto switch that you can add to startup. It's just an object in the multimedia setup folder, and that works like a traditional headphone jack. So if you plug in your USB audio device, audio will automatically default to the USB audio for output, and if you disconnect it, it will switch back to your internal audio. Some people may find that useful. It depends upon what your USB audio device is and how you have it connected. If you have it connected all the time and you want to switch back and forth, that's not all that helpful to you. But if you plug it in and unplug it, then it's pretty handy to have. And we also allow selection of USB Ethernet. David did a new driver for the MOS chip, USB to wired Ethernet adapters. It's a pretty popular chip for those devices. You can select that in pre-boot, and you can select it in the actual installer. And we have some locale and keyboard updates because, as you know, IBM left off with Warp 4.5 in the 1990s, essentially. Well, Warp 4 at least. And the world has changed quite a bit, so we're working to try to keep current with those changes. Next slide, please. We have some installer stability enhancements in 5.05. So the installer should be more reliable, more robust than it had been before. You can now select VirtualBox Guest Editions if you're installing a virtualized environment. You can do that from the hardware selection page. That's useful when you're installing under VirtualBox. If you're installing in a virtual machine under another hypervisor, do not install those guest editions for VirtualBox because they won't work. They only work with VirtualBox. Also, if you're planning to run the VirtualBox host on ArcaOS, don't install the VirtualBox guest editions because they're specifically for ArcaOS running as a guest under VirtualBox running on something else. You can now select your kernel and your led to some um, odd results during the updating process. We now set those aside, switch back to command as the default shell, so we can get through the update process, and then we flip that back to what the customer had before when we're all done. Also, broken paths. We see lots of broken live path statements. Um, Before people report problems, they should really check sure that they're really DLLs in the right directories and order, and that the path makes sense. But we deal with that in the updater now, so that should not stop us from getting the software updated. And the disk utility logic has been improved so that we no longer start disallow installation on systems where we should be able to install. Next slide, please. So 5.1. 5.1 is going to take still some significant time, probably 9 to 12 months, could be more than that. Some languages are closer to being ready than others, but honestly, the 5.1 content hasn't been fully laid out yet. So the trunk of our development tree is still focused on 5.05 and not 5.1. So while the translations are coming along really well, they're pretty much at the 5.05 level right now. So we need to get the new content in there for 5.1 and get those items localized before we're anywhere near ready to do a 5.1 release. So the following slides are going to be very forward-looking. A lot of these things are in our plan, but we haven't started working on them yet. Please don't take this as any promise for delivery of anything. But this is what we intend to do for 5.1 as of today. Next slide, please. So we want to introduce an upgrade facility because it's kind of silly to release 5.1 and tell everyone, okay, now you need to reformat your drive from ArcaOS 5.0 and reinstall everything to run under 5.1. So the upgrade facility, like the update facility that we have now, will take any ArcaOS 5.0 release and upgrade that to 5.1. That's at least the plan. We haven't started working on the upgrade facility yet. Sometime during the 5.1 release cycle, probably not 5.1.0, but somewhere along the line, we want to introduce a migration facility for those last holdovers still running ECS, certainly, to migrate those ECS installs from ECS 102 to ArcaOS 5.1. Possibly we can migrate from Warp 4, but there's more to be considered there. So we'll see how far back we can go with the migration facility realistically. That's in the plan for the 5.1 release cycle. Some installer tweaks and enhancements. We've talked recently about adding a page exit check. So, for instance, when you're on the networking page and you select IBM File and Print, if you forget to select a NetBIOS protocol, File and Print will not be installed. And when you get done with that, of course, you wonder, well, where are my File and Print objects? Well, yeah, you don't have your File and Print objects because the prerequisite for File and Print is NetBIOS. What the page exit check would do would stop you from leaving that page and remind you that you had to install a NetBIOS protocol. There are other places where the page exit check comes in handy. That's just one example. So that's one enhancement to the installer that we plan to introduce in 5.1. Another thing that's come up recently has been the issue with systems where there have been, for instance, experimental packages installed from NetLabs Exp. And then we come along to do an update, and we can't complete the update because the experimental packages on the system are newer than what we ship from the release repository in the ArcaOS medium. So half the installation doesn't complete. What the 5.1 plan would include would be the ability to allow access to remote repositories during the installation itself or the upgrade, so that we can get those newer packages and the installation will complete. There's a lot to consider there. We haven't considered all of the downside to that approach, but it seems like it would be a valuable change for us to make. And more locale fixes. Next slide, please. So we'd like to have the new audio driver based on FreeBSD in 5.1. That doesn't mean that UniAud is going away. Even if we do have the new audio driver, UniAud would still be shipped and still be available. We have no plans to pull that out. So if it works, great, continue to use it. But we hope to have the new audio driver, which would support more chips in 5.1. We'll have to see. We really want to enhance Snap and update it to support at least Intel HD video. That work has really not yet begun in earnest. We'll see where we go with that. New selective installers. If anyone's used selective install in ArcaOS, you will have noticed that it's still the Warp4 selective install utility with some of the bits and pieces masked out so that they don't make trouble. We want to replace that whole facility with individual selective installers that are focused on one specific thing. So it becomes a much more modular selective install process, and then all those objects would go into one folder so that you could selectively install a new keyboard layout or a new I/O board, something like that. Improved DOS session support. Alex mentioned yesterday that in UEFI, the DOS session support sort of sidesteps a lot of the problems that we've had recently with systems removing BIOS support required by the DOS subsystem. Well, we'd like to have that improved DOS session support for BIOS installs as well. Some of us still use DOS applications every day, and DOS is really important. Also, there is a huge, potentially huge, untapped market in the retro gaming area. And there are some great DOS and Win3.1 games out there that we could play beautifully on ArcaOS if we had really, really good, solid, reliable DOS and WinOS2 support on these modern systems. We want to rewrite ArcaMapper completely with some luck, planning, strategizing. It would be nice to have a Samba 4 based server at the same level as our Samba 4 based client with one universal GUI available to manage both of them. Sort of like peer networking, but for Samba in one place, which would remove the confusion that users have between sharing resources and accessing shared resources. It would put everything in one place, and the user would no longer need to be concerned with his Samba server versus his Samba client. It would be one unified package. Tying into that would be Credentials Manager, because Credentials Manager is going to handle our Kerberos tickets for us, as well as NTLM v2 username passwords, mainly for Samba shares. So those three last bullet points on this page go together as a set. That's part of the 5.1 plan. As I say, we haven't started that work yet. Well, Credentials Manager we have in beta, but not the way it should end up in all of this when we're done. Next slide, please. So a new rewritten printer manager. Right now we have multiple objects for managing printers and creating printers, traditional printers, cups printers. We'd like one unified printer manager to rule them all. That work hasn't started yet, but it sure would be nice to have. The desktop notebook background page from the days before wallpaper was called wallpaper and it was still called a desktop background, has had some really, really long-standing issues, like the double entries, and the lack of being able to browse around comfortably to find new wallpaper. We'd like to fix that. So that's in the plan. Again, that work hasn't started yet. A new hardware manager, there are a couple of interesting replacement candidates. So we'd like to put in something that's a little more useful than what we have right now. Multi-Mac Wi-Fi drivers. That's another thing that people have been clamoring to see. And David's attention has been focused on USB 3, rightfully so. So the Wi-Fi drivers are in the driver queue, and we're really hoping to be able to release those sometime in the 5.1 cycle. A new desktop search utility. As drives are getting larger, Finding things that we have is becoming more of a problem. And many of us waste more time during the day trying to find things than we really should, especially as our memories are starting to go. So there is a standard desktop search utility, open source, called Recall, and we do have a port of that for OS2. We'd like to update that port and integrate that with the desktop a little bit better, and ship that as the default desktop search utility. And that would search for content in open office files, PDFs, Lotus Smart Suite files, and so on and so forth. Java 8 would be really nice to have. Our Java 6 is really starting to show its age. It's not very useful for modern Java applications. Again, Java 8 work has not begun in earnest, so this is really a forward-looking statement, but it's something we would like to have in 5.1. Can we do that for 5.1.0? Probably not. Can we do that sometime during 5.1 before 5.2? Quite possibly, because I would expect that the 5.1 release cycle is going to run 2 to 3 years. So sometime in there, it's entirely possible. It's in the plan. Next slide, please. So we'd also like to have it selectable in the installer as to which platform is preferred for the system being installed. Right now, we default to i686 for the Unix compatibility subsystem. It is possible to change from i686 to Pentium 4 after install. It's not pretty, it's not easy, but it can be done. It is so much nicer to start off on the right foot and select the proper platform from the get-go. So we want to add that into the installer. That should not be a terrible thing. And we do ship the Pentium 4 packages in the installation medium right now. So we're prepared for that change. That selection is almost a given for 5.1 at this point. We want to add some new text editors and calculators, creature comforts. Right now, we have a very limited selection of editors and calculators that we ship. So we'd like to widen those horizons a little bit. There's a new VNC server that Andre Vasilkin has put together based on Ultra VNC that works really, really well. And we would like to swap out the VNC server and viewer that we're using now for that one. So that's sort of in the plan. We haven't really looked closely at what it's going to take to make that change, but we'd like to do that. We have started looking at improving the iNet config settings for better out-of-box network performance. Remember that the network stack tuning is only moderately improved from where IBM left off in the 1990s when we were still doing dial-up networking. So finding a set of universal tuning settings that work for, well, I say universal, almost universal, is kind of difficult. Almost every machine and mix is different in so far as the the stack tuning is concerned. Every network is different insofar as the stack tuning is concerned. We'd like to improve what we have now while not breaking it for other systems. So it's a careful process, but we want to include that in 5.1. We'd like to include which goes along with our network security philosophy, squid proxy and privoxy available for system-wide use, either individually or chained together, with a configuration GUI, again, that hasn't even been sketched at this point, but something that would provide an easier setup than the entirely manual process that's required now to get the two of them working together. That will go a long way to keeping users sufficiently anonymized and improving network performance for browsing. So that's in the plan. Next slide, please. NVMe is the successor to AHCI. NVMe is specifically designed for use with solid-state drives. We do not have a driver for NVMe yet, but more and more portable systems are shipping with NVMe controllers. And the specifications quite often say SATA or NVMe, which doesn't do us a heck of a lot of good when we only support one of the two. So NVMe is probably the next driver on David's workbench. I don't like to speak for him, but we've had a number of discussions about the ordering of device drivers to be developed. NVMe is pretty close to the top of the list after finishing USB 3. Multi-MAC WLAN that I mentioned before is also in the list. DT Audio, which was formerly the Digital Transfer Agent, DTA, which allows for Windows 3.1 audio to be routed to UniAud. Ultimately, this component will allow DOS audio through a virtual Sound Blaster device driver to also be routed to either UniAud or the new audio driver, the new universal audio driver. That's the overarching plan for that component. So what it does then is it makes the Windows subsystem in ArcaOS part of the main system. In other words, the system will not go mute when you start running Windows 3.1 applications. Again, this plays into the need for supporting those retro games. Qt5, which of course is available now, and the new Qt5-based browser, which is upcoming, we want to include in 5.1. That does not mean that we have any plans whatsoever to remove the Mozilla applications. The Mozilla apps will stay in the 5.1 distribution as long as they're still useful. But since one of the other design principles of ArcaOS, as with OS2, is freedom of choice, we would like to give users the freedom of choice to install more than one browser, more than one browser platform. So Firefox, CMonkey, and Qt5 are the logical choices. Alex talked yesterday about UEFI support. That should debut with 5.1. That development is truly moving along very quickly, and we do plan to release UEFI with 5.1. Should install those modern systems that we have not been able to touch to this point in time. Again, the warning, not all of these have even been written, have even been sketched out, have even been anything more than a line on a wish list. But that's the plan from here. Next slide, please. Finally, localization for 5.1. We have working at the 505 level, German, Spanish, French, Italian, simplified Chinese, Japanese, Korean, and Dutch. Now, those are in various stages of completion. German and Spanish are probably the most complete of the whole group of them, but they all build and they all have various components that have been translated. The IBM stuff, of course, is translated for all of them, and then bits and pieces of the third-party components have been translated. In process, we have Russian and traditional Chinese. Russian is really coming along well, so we're going to probably soon start building Russian in our betas. And we can do more languages. It's all a function of the market. If there's a need for more languages, we will do more languages. Languages that are the toughest, of course, are languages which were never available for OS2 in the first place, for Warp 4 or for MCP. Remember that MCP narrowed the list of languages considerably. So we have the ability to drop back and start with Warp 4 as a base for our languages. Before Warp 4, not having the Warp 4 components available becomes a pretty tedious process. Not impossible, it can be done, but it would be difficult. What does this mean? Well, it means that conversational Klingon is probably not going to be released with 5.1. I'm just throwing that out there. I don't want anyone to get false hope. But we can do more languages should the need arise, and this is the key part of it, as long as we have translators to do the translating. It all comes down to translators. I can read probably 3 to 4 to 5 languages. I can get by reading. I would not trust myself to translate any of those. And there's nothing like a translation by a native speaker. There's nothing like it. So we need translators for any new languages that come on. And that's about what we have planned for 5.1. And that should take us from 2020 into 2021. And with that, I'm going to switch cameras and we can chat a little bit.
Thank you, Lewis, for your presentation. Let's see here. I'm just looking to see if there are any questions. Let me check the YouTube channel. Well, there's an off-topic question from HDRW if the new Qt5 browser will be to do.
Okay, can everyone see me now?
If if the new browser will be able to do reCAPTCHA. Yes, it will, and Firefox 45 already does it. So the user HDRW, you're probably using Firefox 38, and that's outdated. So you need to upgrade or get ArcaOS 505. And Sigurd Lewis is asking on the YouTube chat if German is going to be released with version 505.
No. 505 is going to be English only, and 5.1 will be the first non-English versions.
I'm just looking on the chat here if there are any other questions. The IRC channel so far has been. By the way, there's a question. We tried to reach you during your presentation, but while you were talking, it sounded like you were in a tin can because the audio is very distorted. How close is the microphone to your mouth? Because the audio came across very distorted.
There's the microphone.
Okay.
So I don't know why. I mean, should I have moved it down farther? If I put it down here, is that any better?
Now it seems to be better from my perspective, at least.
Well, see, had I only known. I pressed the button on these crazy USB speakers, and they turned off.
So, hey, let's see.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Should I do it again?
And there were some small bandwidth issues, so in some cases half of a sentence dropped out, but that seemed to be more of a bandwidth issue somewhere along the road. I'm just looking to see if there are any other questions on the channel. Yes, people are now confirming that the audio is better. I was wondering if people had any other questions for Lewis regarding ArcaOS and the roadmap. And as usually, you need to wait about 20 to 30 seconds due to the delay on the stream. Yeah, that's a more generic question that David Antonello is asking on the YouTube channel here. I'm just reading it off the screen that I have on the side of me. What about more compatibility interaction with modern devices / technology, Android, cloud services, USB smart card, etc.?
Well, aside from XHCI support, class drivers are a separate issue. So if there are specific class drivers that are needed for various USB devices, they can be done, but we don't have specific plans for any at this point, other than supporting more USB Ethernet chips and probably USB Wi-Fi at some point. Other connectivity to, I'm not sure what other, I'm not sure what cloud service connectivity would be required that we don't have.
And I can answer this one. David Anatello is asking for CUPS updates. Well, you can just fire up ArcNoa Package Manager and download your updates that way. So
well, we ship the latest cups that's available from the NetLabs release channel right now. So if cups is in need of an update, then tickets should be opened at the Bitwise GitHub page, I guess.
And I can also partly answer David's question about connectivity. I mean, connection to cloud connectivity sounds a bit like a cloud service advertisement. Sorry to sound like that, but when it comes to connectivity to the cloud, I mean, for services like Google Drive, and there are a couple of plugins available for the NetDrive software that Yuri Dario made from Italy, that allows you to connect to some of these online storage services.
Well, there's a WebDev plugin for NetDrive. Of course, you need to have the full NetDrive license in order to use non-Samba plugins with NetDrive. And you can get a full NetDrive license for a very modest fee, and you can buy it through the ArcaOS web shop. End of shameless plug. But the WebDAV plugin works very well. That's what I use to connect to NetLabs.
No, it's not just WebDev. There's also a plugin available for example.
Dropbox.
Yes, Dropbox.
Yeah.
I don't think there's one for Google Drive, but especially with the new upcoming Qt-based browser, which will be much more up to date than the Firefox HTML5 engine, you should be able to connect a whole lot better to services like Google Docs and Google Drive.
Sure, you can write down all of your personal information and just submit that directly to Google. They're waiting to get your information right now. You can send them whatever you like.
Yeah. Read the license agreement of 70 pages where you sign away everything of your privacy, including your dreams. Anyway.
Exactly. Exactly.
Let's see here. There are some questions on the. Let's see here. There are no questions on the YouTube channel currently. There are a couple of questions, however, on the IRC channel, and somebody is Keith13 is asking, what is the reason not to have languages for the ArcaOS 5.05 release?
Okay, so the reason why we were going to release German and Spanish in 5.05, and they're not quite ready to go yet. So instead of holding up 5.05 for German and Spanish, we decided to let 5.05 go as English only, and be keeping with our philosophy that features are introduced in minor releases. It made more sense to release localizations in 5.1 than in 5.0. So what this means is that we will probably have more languages initially available in 5.1 than we would have had in 5.05, and 5.05 will now ship sooner. That's the reason why.
Okay. There's also another question. You're also on the IRC channel, I think. That's an interesting question. A user with the cryptic username A123456789 is asking, is there an SDK available for USB device driver development for the XHCI stack? I guess that's a question for David that we don't know.
That's a question for David, because if there is going to be an SDK available, he would be the one to make it available.
Oh, and just another question popped up from David Antonelli. And having worked on Ecom Station, I think this is something which is way down on the priority list, I assume. What he's asking for is there a plan to improve PM graphics display, like smooth font display and ICC color management and alpha channel transparency? To put it flat out, I think your answer will probably be no, since we still don't even have native video chipset driver support. So
I think that would be something that would probably follow enhancements to Snap. When we get an enhanced Snap and we can drive these HD video chips, and we can support Retina displays, things like that, then we can look at enhancing the graphics subsystem itself. But that stuff is way down on the list, yes.
And I actually work these days, I work for a company that develops industrial printing applications, and we are currently very busy with ICC color profiling. And I can certainly assure you that is a expertise field within itself. Yeah, I won't. Yeah, that's going to be a big chunk of work for you guys. Anyway, so let's see. Are there any other questions here? I see there's some chatting going on the channel, but I don't see any further questions popping up here. Let's see here on the YouTube channel. There are currently also no questions. Mr. Faulty is just being his usual self, but he doesn't mind when I say that. I think that's just about it.
Okay.
So,
all right.
and actually, that's perfectly. Oh, wait a minute. No, there are no further questions. So thank you for your time. And the good news is we're actually within time. We started on time and we end with a few minutes to spare before Alex can we can push onto the stage next. So oh, wait a minute. There's still another. I haven't. OS2 user, I will deal with that question. He's asking about a Bitwise Works donation for OpenOffice, and he says question about for Lewis, but that's not your department.
Not particularly.
Okay, thanks, Lewis. I think that those are the questions that that people. Yeah, there is. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, there's one more question about graphical boot display and animation. That Alex answered that question yesterday in his UEFI presentation. There is going to be still boot logo support in UEFI, but if that's going to be with animation, I don't know. I think these are a bit icings on the cake, or a cherry on top of a very large pie, and you guys got already enough on your plate.
Ideally, the system should boot fast enough that you would not even have time to enjoy an animation during the boot process. But I don't think that we're going to have animation in the boot logo, but we will have a boot logo. We'll have something to put on the screen.
Okay. Okay, Lewis, sorry, you can't hear a virtual applause. I just wanted to take the Warp 4 sound with the clapping hands and play that in a loop, but okay, thanks for your time.
You bet.
And then we'll now move over to Alex's presentation. Thanks, Lewis, stay healthy, and we'll see you online. Thank you, bye-bye.
Sounds good, bye-bye.
Okay. Thanks. Okay, we'll take a very short break while we prepare Alex's presentation, and we'll probably be resuming the video stream within the next 2 minutes or so while we prepare the pre-recorded. Oh, okay. Actually, Alex's presentation will go live now. It is a pre-recorded presentation again, but Alex will be available live after the presentation to answer any of your questions. I would suggest that you can start the presentation right now, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Alex Taylor and I'm an OS2 software developer currently working for ArcaOS. I'm the principal developer of ArcaOS Package Manager, or ANPM. What I'm going to talk about today is where ANPM stands in the year 2020 and moving forward. So, what is ANPM? As I just said, it stands for ArcaOS Package Manager, although you could say it's actually more of a package manager. What it does is provide a unified graphical front end to other package manager frameworks, specifically Yum, up to now, and, starting with the upcoming version 1.1, Warpin as well. It runs on modern OS2 systems, not just ArcaOS, and is designed to make package management easy, or easier, for average users. And the software is open source, licensed under the GPL. ANPM version 1.0 was first released in 2015. As noted, it supports the Yum package management framework. What is that? Well, to describe Yum very briefly, it installs software using RPM packages, which is a format that originated on Red Hat Linux, but has been widely adopted elsewhere since then. It uses centralized online software repositories to provide these RPM packages, which lets clients see when new software is available or existing software has been updated. It provides dependency management, meaning that it will also download, install, and update dependent packages as needed. And it installs, updates, removes, and otherwise manages these software packages using a transaction-based system. So that's what ANPM version 1.0 provides a graphical front end to. The current version of ANPM is 1.0.4, which was released last year. Okay. Let's take a look at how ANPM works with Yum. First of all, it requires the OS2 Yum RPM framework. If you don't have this installed, then the first time you run ANPM, it will offer to download and install it for you. As written, ANPM is a mixture of VxRex, the graphical user interface specifically, and a collection of Python scripts which make up the interface with the Yum engine. Every Yum operation launched within ANPM is implemented by starting a Python script, which runs and reports its results back to the GUI. There are a few other special tasks which are implemented through external utilities. For example, wget is used to download the initial Yum RPM install package. OpenSSL is used for password encryption and decryption when working with secure repositories. What are secure repositories? Well, normally Yum repositories are configured using text files, which are located in the etc yum repos.d directory under the Unix root path on your system. Repositories which require a user ID and password for access can be configured using this method as well, by simply including the user ID and password in the URI address in the configuration file. Now, because these are text files, doing that is not very secure, because anyone with access to that file can simply read the password from it. This is a particular issue under OS2, which is a single-user operating system and doesn't normally allow for file access restrictions. So to get around this, what ANPM does is store information about secure repositories in a special profile file with the password encrypted. Whenever a Yum operation is launched, which requires access to repositories, the password is decrypted in memory and passed along to Yum via pipe along with the repository address. And it does this for each and every secure repository that you have configured. This means that the unencrypted password is never stored on disk. It's encrypted and decrypted using a unique fingerprint which is derived from the computer's hardware. Now, if your computer hardware changes, that signature obviously will change. However, ANPM is smart enough to recognize this and will simply prompt for you to re-enter the password one time. That will then be encrypted and stored with the new hardware fingerprint. Like any complex system, occasionally something may not work quite right. If this happens, there are a few ways you can try and troubleshoot. The first thing to figure out is this problem caused by yum? For example, a problem in a particular RPM package, a problem on the repository, or something in the yum engine itself? Or, on the other hand, is it an ANPM problem? It's important to know which, so that the problem can be reported to the right people. Now, if you can't determine this, then you can report on the ArcaOS bug tracker, so we can work with you to determine where the problem lies, and if necessary, pass it along to the right people. At any rate, to see if it's a yum problem, try to run the equivalent operation using the yum commands that are shown on the slide here. You might also try using the yum cleanup and maintenance commands, which are available in the yum tools menu. This can sometimes help if the cache data on your system has gotten corrupted or out of sync. The next thing to do is look at the ANPM log file, which is called anpm.log and resides in your log files directory. Another thing that you can try is running ANPM in debug mode. And you would do that by running ANPM from a command line and adding the switch /debug. This will open a debug console with various trace output alongside the main ANPM window. This output is also saved to the file anpm.dbg, which is located, again, in the log files directory. This information may not be especially useful to you, but if you end up opening a ticket on Mantis, it might be very useful to the nice people who respond to your ticket. Finally, if ANPM actually crashes, and you can usually tell when that happens because you'll get an error pop up with a message like error online, whatever. If that happens, look for a file called anpm.err, which should be located in the ANPM program directory. Okay, looking at some common issues related to ANPM and yum specifically. First up, a lot of people see this one, a message saying, error, rpmdb checksum is invalid. Normally this only shows up in the ANPM log file, but in some older versions this occasionally made it through to the GUI, although I think we've managed to eliminate that by now. You may also see it, by the way, if you run yum from the command line. In any case, it's a harmless message which is commonly generated by yum when doing various things. It is normal, or at least in the last couple of versions of yum for OS2, so you can just ignore it if you see it. Another error message you might occasionally see is a long string of gobbledygook, followed by no more mirrors to try. What this message generally means is that one of your yum repositories is offline, and the aforementioned string of gobbledygook should actually include the name of the offending repository. Unfortunately, when this error occurs, you generally have to wait for the network request to time out before it comes back. So when that happens, you will probably notice ANPM stalling for a while before the error message appears. And if you encounter this message, basically all you can really do is wait for the site to come back online, or for the network problem, whatever it is, to clear itself up. Or else you can just temporarily disable that particular repository, which you can do in the repository manager. Another thing you might occasionally see is various types of strange message formatting. So if you get a pop-up message in ANPM and it looks really strange, like if the words or sentences are run together, or alternatively if there are spaces between every single letter, or even line breaks, or there are lots of square brackets in the message, This is basically because Yum is very, very inconsistent about how it returns message text. It returns message text in a whole lot of different formats, often with no obvious rhyme or reason. So when we're calling a Yum function, we don't always know what format messages will come back in. Now, ANPM tries to detect the message formatting and parse it appropriately, but this has been a bit of a trial and error process. The Yum API is a very strange beast. Anyway, hopefully most instances of this have been found and fixed by now. But if you see a message like this, by all means report it to us. We'll probably just sigh and say we'll see what we can do. At any rate, it's a cosmetic issue. I understand it's a bit strange when you run into it, though. Now, when you're using ANPM, there are a few things that it's generally best to avoid doing. Doing any of the following things is not supported by us, and we strongly recommend not doing them. That doesn't mean you can't try it if you really know what you're doing and are willing to accept responsibility for whatever strange things may happen as a result. It also doesn't mean that we're going to deliberately break things if you do try these things. It does mean that they are quite likely to cause problems, and if they do, you're pretty much on your own. First up, if you're using 4OS 2 or any other shell replacement, you really should not set it as your default system shell. And by this, I mean setting it as your OS2 shell in config.sys, so that it's used system-wide instead of cmd.exe. This is not necessary to use for OS2, and it can create problems, not just with ANPM, but with any program which relies heavily on the command interpreter. We simply cannot support running ANPM under such a configuration. Replacing a core component of the operating system, like the command interpreter, is inherently risky. It might work. It might not. If it doesn't, there is only so much we can do about it. That said, if you can demonstrate to us that there is a definite error in ANPM, and it's something that's within our power to fix, we will be willing to take a look at it. The next thing that you should really not do is run the update all command while any experimental repository is enabled, especially the netlabs exp repository. By all means, if you need to install particular packages from an experimental repository, go ahead, with the usual caveats about installing anything labeled experimental. But running an update all while one of these repositories is enabled is not a good idea, because you're going to be pulling in arbitrary packages which are fundamentally experimental and haven't necessarily been tested for all possible configurations or combinations. If you do this, again, you're largely on your own with respect to the consequences. Now, it's experimental for a reason. The third thing that you should avoid doing is installing the Yum RPM environment on a network drive or another transient volume. And by that I mean setting a network drive as your Unix root volume. The Yum RPM environment contains libraries and other files which are essential for many things which may need to be working as soon as the system finishes booting, or even before. So putting them on a drive which might not be available until sometime after the system boots up is not likely to end well. So those are just a few caveats for you. Well, that was a brief rundown of ANPM in its current public incarnation. As I briefly mentioned at the beginning, the next major release of ANPM is going to add support for Warpin. Let's take a quick look at that now. We plan to release ANPM version 1.1 sometime in 2020. Now this adds support for Warpin in the following respects. It can install, update, and remove WPI, that is Warpin packages. And it enables viewing and downloading WPIs from public Warpin repositories, in a manner similar to how Yum repositories handle RPM packages. The intention is not to replace the Warpin GUI. The two main reasons for offering this support in ANPM are as follows. First, as a convenience to users, so that you have one central place where you can manage both RPM and Warpin packages. This is particularly useful in the case of ArcaOS, which includes several Warpin managed components. The other reason is so that it's easy and convenient to provide updated packages over the internet for software that has been installed via Warpin. And again, this is particularly useful in the case of ArcaOS, because, as I said, it includes several Warpin managed components. That said, there are a few things that ANPM doesn't do with respect to WPIs. First off, it doesn't manage dependencies automatically at download time. It handles dependencies when uninstalling packages, and any missing dependencies are reported by the Warpin GUI itself during installation. But when you select to download a package from a repository, ANPM has no way of knowing if additional packages need to be downloaded. You will have to download all the necessary packages yourself. However, the repository itself should, if well maintained, provide all of the necessary packages in one place, so you shouldn't have to really go hunt them down. For WPI installation, ANPM actually opens the Warpin GUI. So when you install a package, you'll see the usual Warpin interface. The reason is that Warpin is inherently designed as an interactive installer with install time options, like install path, selected components, and so on. So you do need the GUI to manage those options. We're not trying to replace or re-implement Warpin, we're simply wrapping some convenient new functionality around it. The nice thing about ANPM's Warpin support is that you can go in and see what packages have updates available, as long as they're available on a configured Warpin repository. And you can download and install them straight away. This is very useful, and it not only makes it easy for users to get software updates, it also makes it easy for developers to distribute software updates. How it works. So, this feature will require Warpin version 1.0.23 or later, which is still to be released publicly. ANPM interfaces with Warpin using both internal code and external tools such as the Warpin command line interface, Wake. For Warpin repositories, these are configured in a manner similar to Yum repositories. ANPM stores the information about these repositories in a special profile file called warpin.rep, which lives in the ANPM directory. And since Warpin repositories can be either public access or password protected, it implements a similar scheme for encrypting passwords to the one that's used for secure Yum repositories that I described a little earlier. Now, again, there are some limitations to ANPM's Warpin support. It can only detect updates for WPIs which have been made available on a configured Warpin repository, such as the ArcaOS WPI repository. So ANPM doesn't know about WPIs which are simply uploaded to an FTP site like Hobbs or wherever, because that isn't set up as a repository. As mentioned, when you go to install a WPI, it will be installed by opening the Warpin install GUI. What this means is that for each WPI you install, you have to step through the GUI for each one. This makes it impractical to batch install a large number of Warpin packages in a single operation. If a WPI file has more than one package in it, which is quite common, then if any of the packages within that WPI is updated, then when you're looking at it in ANPM, it will mark all of the packages in that WPI as having updates. The reason, of course, is that you will have to download the whole WPI and run through the install process for it, whether it's just for one sub-package or not. Also, if there are multiple versions of a package on a repository, then all of them will be shown separately in ANPM, at least as of now. We may tweak the design a bit in the future. I'll show you in a bit what that looks like. As I just mentioned, it can't automatically download external dependencies. Also, you can't look at the details or contents of a Warpin package which is not yet installed the way that you can with Yum packages. That's just the limitation of how Warpin is designed. And finally, not all of the filter options in the ANPM GUI are available when working with Warpin repositories. Okay, so at this point I'm going to give a brief demonstration of ANPM. Now, we don't have time for a full ANPM tutorial, so what I'm going to do right now instead is just highlight some of the newer and or less well-known features of ANPM. So every time ANPM starts up, it queries the Yum engine for the current state of packages. For currently installed packages, Yum reads this information from your system. For available packages, including installed packages with available updates, Yum has to get this information by downloading it from each configured repository. This can take a bit of time, especially if you have multiple repositories configured, or if there are any network problems. Now, it does cache this information, so if you run ANPM or Yum more than once per day, it'll just read this information from the metadata cache instead of downloading it again. And if you don't like it doing this every day, you can change this interval in Yum's configuration. Anyway, so we have the installed and available package lists. This is what ANPM currently looks like. As I said, the latest version is 1.0.4. So as you can see, there are 3 drop-down boxes at the top. These are the package filters. And by default, it shows all matching packages, which means all packages that match the current category, installed or available, or search results if you just performed a search. Now you can change this to packages with updates. As you can see, several of these packages have green stars on them. This indicates packages that you have installed for which newer versions are available on a repository. And it actually shows you here what the update version is, and if we can scroll over a little, what repository it's available on. Now if I change the filter to just show packages with updates, it'll only show those green starred packages. Now the packages with updates filter will actually result in the same contents being shown in both the installed and available lists, although the details and the way the fields are displayed may be slightly different. The other option in this drop-down is new packages, and I've seen some people maybe not quite understand what this means. This has nothing to do with packages that you've installed recently or otherwise. What this is, new packages refers to packages that have recently been made available on a repository. So if I select new packages, I can see here that nothing shows up. And what this means is that nothing has been added to the repository, or to any repository that I have configured, within the last 7 days, which is the default interval for what new refers to. If there had been packages added in the last 7 days, then those packages and only those packages would show up here. And under installed, only those packages which have been installed and are new would show up here. So that's what that does. Change it back to all matching packages. You can also display the software group that packages belong to. You can filter on that, rather. And I'm not really sure how useful this honestly is. These categories are not defined by ANPM. They're actually defined by the packages themselves. So any software category, I'm going to scroll over here, group they're called, which is defined in an RPM package, will be added to this list. And it's pretty arbitrary. In fact, I would say semi-random. A lot of package authors put their packages in some rather strange categories, and some of them don't even bother to specify one. As you can see, there are a fair number in the unspecified category, and this is just installed ones. Available. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Some others, documentation. There are a few. Productivity. Not very many. Again, how useful this is debatable, but I mean, it's a standard feature that's supported by RPM, so we expose that feature. Now, under the available package view, the all repository filter is also enabled. This isn't enabled under installed because it has no meaning there. But under available, you can view the packages that are available on a specific repository. So, for example, on the ArcaOS repository, it's these packages. Next thing I want to mention is these the actions for when you have a package selected. So if you go into the selected menu, or just right-click on a package after selecting it, the menus are the same here. You can see various actions available. Install is the obvious one. I'm looking at the available package list here, so the install option is available, as well as these other ones. And in fact, what I'm going to talk about first is these bottom two. So you have information. You can see in the list here it provides some sort of summary information about each package, including a very short description, as well as the group, version number, platform, repository, and so on. But if you go into information, it actually shows you a little more detail. So you see you have here a column of some of the fields that we saw before, but also the URL that's associated with this software, if there is one, the license that's associated with this software, if there is one, and a longer description, which actually, sometimes at least, describes what the software really does. And I find this very useful because if you're looking at the list here, oftentimes this information here isn't terribly informative. Like, I mean, looking at this, who would really understand what that means? But you can get a bit more information by going into the information menu item, and sometimes it's a bit more useful. I won't promise it always is. Now, if you look at a package which you have installed but which has available updates, so let's say Cairo, and choose information, you'll see there's actually now two columns, one which shows the information about the currently installed version and one which shows information about the version that's available on the repository. Although the URL, license, and description are generally are the same because they're shared. Another one, another option in the menu that's potentially fairly useful is the contents, and this actually shows you the files that are in that particular RPM. And this can sometimes be useful if you're wondering where a particular file is, or if you're wondering what actually goes into each package and what's going to be installed where. You'll see Unix root as the leading path. That just means it gets installed under whatever your Unix root directory is, which is generally the root directory of a drive. On this system, I believe it's drive E. Yeah. So in this case, cairo2.dll, would be installed to eusr lib. So going back to all packages here, some of the other options in these menus, again, you saw install, update. This package doesn't have any available updates and it's already installed, so those are grayed out. You can reinstall a package though, if for some reason you need to do so. Obviously you can uninstall it. And that last one, called get specific release, is potentially a bit interesting, because this way, this is where you can actually you can get a particular release if you don't want the latest version. Normally when you install or update, you will get the latest version that's available on the repository. If you go into get specific release, you can actually choose from any version that is currently available on the repository. So for glib2, you can see the repository offers all of these versions, not including the version that's already installed. So I currently have 2.33.12-2. I can get a couple of versions older for both the i386 and i686 platforms. I can get a slightly less old version, only for the 686 platform, or I can get a newer version than what I have, which would be the default if I just chose update. And as you can see, it tells you what the action would be if you select that one and continue. So yeah, once you've made your decision, if you want to go ahead, you can just click continue, and it will either downgrade or update, depending on what you've selected. Now, if you're not too familiar with Yum repositories, I imagine most people are, but just in case, you can configure repositories through the Manage Repositories menu. And this just opens the window here. As you can see, I've got 3 repositories configured. This one is part of the ArcaOS install system. It's always disabled after install. You should not mess with it. In fact, you can delete it if you want. It's not used after installation. And then these 2 are pretty standard, at least on ArcaOS systems. The NetLabs stable repository and the ArcaNoise stable repository. If you want to add a repository, just add Yum repository. You can edit them, remove them, and if you want to temporarily disable one here, you can disable it as well. If you make any changes in this repository manager, it'll refresh the package list once you close that window. Now, I want to show you quickly a couple of things that you can do with the Yum configuration. Most people will not generally need to do this, but some people, it can be occasionally handy. So I'll just demonstrating here. My Unix root drive is drive E, and if you go, oops, wrong slashes. So if you go into the etc yum directory, there's a file called yum.conf. This is the main Yum configuration file, and there are a few tweaks that you can make here. I don't recommend changing most of these. The one you might occasionally find a use for changing is the debug level. If you need to debug some problem that you're having, in particular if you open a ticket on either ArcaNoise or possibly NetLabs, you might get asked to change the debug level to generate some information for the ticket. So the number goes up to 9, I believe. The default is 2, which is not very informative. Actually, I'm not entirely sure that 9 is all that informative either, but it's more informative than 2. These ones you don't want to mess with, generally speaking, but these are all default settings, by the way. Now, these 3 are settings that I've added, these ones that are commented out here, and they bear some mention. So plugins, if you enable this setting, it enables Yum plugins. And Yum plugins are essentially, well, they're plugins. They add optional features to Yum. We don't generally, well, in ArcaNoise does not ship either ANPM or the Yum environment or ArcaOS with plugins enabled. Most people don't need them enabled. Some more advanced people might find them useful. Discussing what plugins are available is really beyond the scope of this discussion, but if you do want to install any Yum plugins, you would have to go and change this setting. Just so you know, it's here. Recent. Now, I mentioned before that when you look at that filter in ANPM that shows new packages, it shows by default packages that have been added to a repository within the last 7 days. If you want that to show a longer time period, for example, have new packages show anything that's been added in the last 30 days, you could set the recent value to 30. I don't know how useful that is, but you know, it might be in potentially some cases. I mean, you can set it even longer. You can set it to 60 if you like. Again, not sure how useful that is. But this one, I actually mentioned briefly early on in my presentation. This tells how often the metadata cache will be expired. What this means is this is how often Yum, and by extension ANPM, will go out and check all of the repositories for updated package information. By default, it will do this once a day. So once a day, when you start ANPM or run a Yum command, it will, whether you want it to or not, go check all of your repositories and download the current package information. If you think that's too often, you can change it. Here, I've set it to 3 days. Our repositories aren't really updated terribly often, so you can probably get away with setting this to a bit less often than 1 day. I don't recommend setting it too long, because if the information that you have is out of date, then you're not really going to be able to use it effectively. So exercise this option with caution, but it is here if you really find that having it go and check every day is just a bit too much. Alright, so that's ANPM as it currently stands. I will now give you a brief preview of version 1.1, which is ANPM with the new Warpin support. So, as you can see, it looks slightly different. That is to say, the left-hand panel here is slightly different, and it's updating the repository data probably because I changed that setting. I think that forces a refresh the first time you do it. But anyway, under installed, you now have two views, RPM and Warpin, and the same under available. And these are pretty self-explanatory. So again, the RPM one they're just what they were before. They work the same way. They look the same as they did a second ago. The Warpin ones are new. So this is a list of the currently installed Warpin packages, and this is the exact same list that you would see if you went into the Warpin GUI, which is usually under your install or remove /Warpin folder. And so I have these packages installed. I can uninstall. None of these have updates available, so I can't update them. The get specific release option is not available for Warpin packages. And as for information, this is a bit different for Warpin packages. So I'll select ANPM. Yes, ANPM is a Warpin package, and so in fact it does show up here. So this information panel for Warpin packages, it actually shows the configuration information that is stored for that package in the Warpin database. And so this is workplace shell object creation, directory creation, some other stuff that's stored in the database, as well as a kind of description and the full name of the package as Warpin sees it. And for contents, this is pretty self-explanatory. It shows all of the contents in that package, and these files are relative to the target installation directory. So in this case, since ANPM was installed to the sysapps ANPM directory, these files are relative to that directory. For available packages, these are packages which are on the Warpin repository that I have configured, but are not yet installed. And there are actually no updates available at the moment, so I can't unfortunately demonstrate that. But if there were updated packages on the Warpin repository, they would show up here. So again, this is pretty self-explanatory. The install option is enabled here, and the uninstall is disabled. Now, get specific release can't be used here because Warpin works a bit differently. In fact, as I mentioned, every available version is shown in the list here separately, and that may be tweaked before we go GA with this. I'm not sure. There are still a few rough edges that should probably be sanded off this, but it is pretty close to release state, I would say. So for information and contents, these can't be used for packages which aren't installed because the packages only exist on the remote Warpin repository, and there is no way the mechanism that Warpin provides that we are using to implement repositories simply doesn't provide a way to transmit this information to ANPM, which is why these options don't work when you are in the available view. And just quickly looking at repositories, you'll see there is now a WPI tools option available here, besides the Yum tools option. The only thing it has at the moment is an option to clean up the metadata cache and downloaded packages, which should be fairly self-explanatory. And I'm getting a bit short on time, so I'll just finish by looking at the repository manager. This is where both RPM, Yum, and Warpin repositories would be configured. So you can see I now have a Warpin repository, type Warpin, here, and I can edit it. This is basically what it looks like. It's pretty much the same, except when you go to create it, under Add, you have to click that little square. You now have the option WPI repository, and you would put in the name, the description, and the URL. And if it's a secure repository and requires a password, you would check the box there, same as for a Yum repository. So the configuration basically works the same way. And that is basically that, a very quick high-level overview of ANPM's upcoming Warpin support. I hope you found it interesting, and that is something to look forward to later this year.
Okay. That was Alex's presentation on ArcaOS Package Manager. So I think that kind of addresses a long-standing issue that we had in the community, that we had Warpin, but we didn't have a way to download the packages and do some form of dependency checking. Let's see here. Let me get the IRC channel here, and there was a question somewhere. Yeah, there's a question from Martin. I know the idea of ANPM is a different thing, but it would be great if the graphical style can evolve into something kind of an app store.
What kind of app store? I mean, there's no such thing as a standard app store. If you mean something that looks like a glossy magazine with like the Google Play Store, no offense, but all I can say to that idea is yuck. I really, you know, when I was loading up a certain Linux distribution to play with a few days ago, I noticed that their package management GUI was basically, yeah, it looked like a glitzy sort of app store that was offering to, they kept trying to make recommendations for me and had filled up the screen with glitzy pictures that didn't provide any useful information, and I was just thinking, get rid of this stuff and give me a nice clean list of packages and categories so I can find what I need and not be have all of this stuff thrown in my face. So I consider the current design to be more of a feature than a shortcoming, but maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm old-fashioned.
Well, effectively, despite from the App Store appearance missing with glossy buttons and advertisement chasing you all the way around the world with Google cookies, there is an option in ANPM to search through the list of provided packages. Is there not?
You can for Yum RPM packages, yes. There is not really an effective search facility for Warpin packages yet, but for Yum packages, there are various search options. You can search by package name string, or you can search by file name. The options are even on the toolbar.
I'm just looking at it. Jan-Erik Larka is saying that ANPM only handles libraries. I don't think that's true, but the thing is that the NetLabs repository primarily has DLLs in it. You've got, for example, the bash DLL and I think also cups updates. It's just that the NetLabs repository, I think, consists for just about 90% of DLLs that are packaged in different RPM files.
I should say ANPM does not handle programs at all. It presents what's available on the repository. So if you have an issue with the packages that are provided, take it up with the repositories that you've got configured and the people who run those. Sorry, did you still want me to keep my video turned off? I don't know if it's making it hard to follow what I'm saying with audio only.
Jeroen, can the video be turned on again? Yeah, you can turn the video back on.
Okay, where's the button? There we go. Okay, any more questions?
I'm looking at the IRC and the YouTube channel simultaneously. Arnold is asking if on the YouTube video stream, if a tree view, a title view as alternatives to the current views would do. If that would be possible, I guess.
Of the packages or of the categories? The categories are already shown in a tree view. The packages, I mean, in theory, yeah, we could easily enough use an icon, like a desktop folder style icon view. I don't know really how useful that would be, because you wouldn't be able to see as much information. I mean, if you think that would be useful as a feature, I'm sure it could be added. We are somewhat limited in terms of what types of controls we can use. We're using a standard OS2 presentation manager container control for the package list, so it's limited to detail view, tree view, and icon view up to 40 by 40 pixel icons. So if you want like 128 by 128 resolution PNG images, that's not likely to happen. But again, I don't know that that's especially valuable.
I think that you kind of already answered this question. There's a question from Ben, and he's asking, what about RPM/WPI file clashes? I thought you already had a slide in your presentation that kind of outlined. It's a bit of a generic question, but I assume he means that if DLL is, for example, present in a WPI file already, and it's already installed on the system. He didn't go into further details. It's on the IRC channel right now, that question.
Yeah. Well, clashes between files in RPMs are already, as you can see in version 1.04, there's already logic to detect that. We have similar logic in the ANPM, in the WPI support, in the sense that Yeah, I think we've already enabled that logic. I'd have to double check. A lot of these features sort of still under development, but I believe there is similar logic already in there for if a WPI contains a file that is already in an RPM package or vice versa. There is at least some sort of checking. I'd have to double check that though. I'm not totally certain if that's going to make it into the first version of this.
And there is another question, and I think it's kind of a broad one. It's from user A123456789. And he's asking, will ANPM be able to update over the internet WPIs that shipped with the ArcaOS ISO?
Well, yeah, that's almost the point of this this exercise. Being able to do that was one of the main drivers, in fact, behind adding Warpin support to ANPM, so that users can actually conveniently go and update their installed Warpin packages over the network. But you do need to have the Warpin repository configured, obviously, and the packages have to be in place on the repository. At the moment, because this is still being set up on the back end as well, I don't believe the repository that we have for development yet has all of the packages on it. But once we roll this out, obviously that will be made available. And yeah, Lewis is going to have to, being the guy in charge of the repositories, going to have to decide when and how that happens. But I'm sure he'll make sure that's in place before we go live with the Warpin support.
Let's see, did I read over any questions in here? That was already answered. When will ANPM be available? Lewis already answered that there's no ETA for the next ArcNoa package manager. Well, I can translate it a bit differently, and I've had that request via voice on multiple occasions. Is there going to be something of a capability to display at least a picture of an application? Not per se DLL, but when you, for example, download some software, that a repository can also display an image, like for example of a media player or remote desktop.
I have no plans to add such a feature. I suppose if it's sufficiently requested, we could look at it. But we're somewhat limited by what the metadata can actually contain in terms of these packages. You know, RPM doesn't, as far as I know, have any field in its package format to contain stuff like pictures and so on. So, you know, we'd have to add an entirely new metadata system on top of it, which is, I suppose it's technically feasible. To be quite honest, I can think of better ways to spend our development resources, but if there's a real clamoring for this, I suppose it could be considered.
Yeah. Just so that people know, if you take a look at the website of ArcNoa and also look at past presentations, Alex is the guy that does a lot of the coding on the back end of the ArcaOS installer. That in itself is more than just a project bigger than you'd want to know. Alex also did an outstanding job on portions of the Ecom Station install back end. But that in itself is a big job, just like maintaining all of his utilities, and he probably has a roll of paper a mile long with a to-do list that he probably wants to work on, but an ANPM also sits somewhere on that list of many items to do. Is that a kind of a proper translation?
You could say that. I'm not gonna make any specific comments.
Okay. Let's see here. As I was saying, Voice is also planning to still launch its RPM repository. I know that has been on the roll for a long time, but yes, voice is also involved with a lot of other projects, including collecting funding for Bitwise Works for their new browser to move forward and doing Warpstock, etc. And as you probably also noticed, there are a few active people behind that. But that's always the case in the OS2 community. A few people pushing the locomotive forward. Let's see, are there any other questions? I see here some general discussion in the IRC channel. There are no questions here. No, I don't think there are any further questions then.
All right. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Oh, hold on. Something in the YouTube feed here. Meta packages. Again, that's something that the packagers themselves would put together. We had a question asking if there's a plan to manage meta packages, such as things like print subsystem. You know, RPM already supports that concept, but the packager would have to put that together. And again, what we're doing in ANPM is essentially providing a front end to packages that have been made available. We're not really, or I'm not really in the business of putting these packages together in great quantities. So if you want, for example, a complete cup system meta package, you'd probably want to talk to the people who are putting the cups packages together and ask if they would make one for that purpose.
There's another one on the IRC channel from OS2 user, but I just kind of bluntly answered it. What's the right way to update ANPM from 104 to 101 to 104? I think
yeah, download the ANPM installer and run it. That's it. I mean, it's a warp-in package, so it tracks the version that's installed and will install over itself quite cleanly.
Yeah. It's not actually as complicated as most Windows software is, with a lot of scary registry keys and DLL class registrations. Yeah, I've worked on some Windows installers at work, and I've seen some things derail on Windows systems, but thank goodness on OS2 it's just a matter of running the Warpin installer, clicking next, and that's just about it, I guess.
Yeah, basically. It's not complicated. Keep in mind, ANPM is a fairly self-contained graphical program. It does not maintain the package database itself. It does not maintain the packages itself or the software. So, I mean, just updating ANPM doesn't do anything to the packages that you have installed or the database that they use.
And I haven't had the time yet to work on it, but I'm still looking for volunteers to start building RPM packages, to collect them in the RPM OS2 voice. As you've seen last year, we had a small demo of VLC media player, and that's of course one of our dreams as a community, that you could just have the repository of voice added, and that popular applications can be installed. Ben Rietbroek also made a Warpin package of the Embellish viewer, and you could just download it from the repository and it was installed. That's it. And that's of course I'm sorry, I was just reading what they're on the okay, that was no question. Anyway, we hope to expand the amount of packages and applications that are available, so that usage of the platform becomes easy. Oh, wait a minute, there is a... that question was already answered by Alex about metadata. So, I don't think there are actually any more questions right now. So, and I think it's time to to say goodbye to you and see you in half a year, because then probably somewhere, somehow, Warpstock in North America is going to happen. I've heard some rumors, but it's not for me to comment on that.
You can help.
So thanks for your time, Alex, and then we'll move the digital stage on to Martin Iterbide with his presentation on community resources. So thanks for your time and hard work on OS2, and we'll move now on over to Martin. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you very much.
Bye bye.
Yes.
Yep.
Hello there, I'm Martin Iturbide from OS2 World, and I'm going to talk about some resources for OS2 collaboration. Well, this is my first time in Warpstock Europe, and I'm very happy to be here in Frankfurt. Frankfurt is great, great historic buildings, the architecture is beautiful. No, just kidding, I'm here at home, we are in quarantine. That there was no physical Warpstock Europe, but I'm very happy to be in this virtual edition. So what I'm going to talk about is what I'm doing right now, some stuff I'm doing, trying to organize some OS2 resources, and what I'm using for collaboration. So let's go ahead. So this is in fact my goal, preserve all OS2 documentation software possible. So what is going on right now? We have that many OS2 software is disappearing. How does software disappear? Well, just some sites get abandoned, ISP just dump the hosting and delete all the files. People just doesn't care if they wrote some OS2 software some time ago. Today they say no, nobody's using it, I don't care, and they just erase them from the web. Some sites that used to have software, shareware, freeware are no longer present, and nobody has taken a backup. Nobody has cared about what happened with that software. So there are, of course, there are the people of the OS2 community that are trying to grab everything related to OS2 and make backups. But I'm also trying to find more other resources and try to consolidate it on the places that we have available that I'm going to talk about in the next slides. So I'm going to start with the OS2 World Wiki, which is a media wiki script where I'm putting all OS2 related documentation I can find, or OS2, ArcaOS, and ecom station, of course. And I'm using it to store non-software development topics, because for software development we have another wiki on NetLabs that is IDM2. So what I'm doing with this wiki is trying to put different kind of subjects like ArcaOS hardware reports. When someone on the forums tell me, oh, this laptop, this mainboard is working, I try to grab some details and I put it on the wiki so other people can find that information as reference, and if they are searching some specific hardware reports, they can find it on the wiki. Also trying to do some software description and putting some pictures. From time to time, I like to test all software, and if I find something interesting that I never saw on the past before, I like to take, or even if it's not interesting also, I try to take like a little snapshot of the software and put a wiki page with that picture and the links to download the software, and try to put what is that software about. And also I try to look for old CD shareware. I call it CD shareware project. There used to be in the past several CD-ROM distribution that has OS2 software. Luckily for us, the Internet Archive like to preserve those kind of things, and they have an image of that programs. So people can download it. So I download from time to time some of that images, search what is inside, and find maybe some old interesting software or even drivers, and try to organize it on the wiki. Also preserving different kind of OS2 related articles. I'm trying to put in all the articles there, and also the part of official courseware, and trying to preserve that educational material that IBM used to provide about OS2. Let's check it out on the site. Okay. So I have here my virtual machine with my ArcaOS virtual machine, and we are on the OS2 World Wiki page. So first, well, the first category that I have is what I was talking about a hardware report. I have the hardware information, and I try to organize it as best as possible, like computers, laptop, tablet. I don't have thin clients, desktops. I don't have servers. Some audio cards, and then adapters, drivers, and some tools. Down there we have some tutorials that was wrote some time ago. General information, I only have some wireless information, but I think that the most important here are, or the most current information here are motherboards and laptop computers. If I go to motherboards, I have tried to organize the latest motherboards that have been reported with ArcaOS, and with date, chipset, socket, the model, and try to put it on this table here. And I don't know, maybe more information on each one. For example, let's try this gigabyte. Let's hope it has some information. Okay, yes, it has information. Here's the gigabyte B 450M S2H model. I have some little picture here, general information like socket, chipset, processor support. Release date is always important to know if it's something new or old. I'm trying to organize things like from the last 10 years. And the other one, I also like the old stuff, but the old stuff is going on like an archive page. But it's also, but I also like to have also the old stuff, not to delete the old stuff, but also have it stored somewhere else and tell people it's old stuff. Okay, so here we have the important thing is the hardware report, and what the people tell me or what the person tell me that that is working and not working. So for example, this is the SATA port for the SATA controller, and I have the hardware ID and the well, this is all the hardware ID, vendor ID, and device ID, which is like the unique identifier that can also help to other users to say, oh, I have the same hardware ID and on this mainboard is working, so maybe mine will work, and I have to try the same things that this user try. So this is the report with the hardware ID and which driver has been used to make that thing work. Okay, maybe some general comments. It can be configured on this processor and network works, and any trick that the user did to make that mainboard work, and the full hardware report. I know the hardware report is big, long, tedious, but it's also interesting to have it on a different page, just in case someone wants to search and search for details to know which devices does it has. Here we have an unknown name. This is because the PCI database was old for this report. Okay, but it's also important to store this report on a different page for people that wants to search, or if I'm searching for a specific hardware ID, maybe it will point me to that hardware report, and then I can find which device uses it, okay? Which motherboard uses it. So this is for mainboards. Okay, I have some different models here. Not all are complete, but I try to put as much as information I can get from the user reporting this, and Also, the rest of the community is also free to join and make me and help me improving this page. Okay, this is the part of motherboards. Now, for example, laptops. Here I tried to keep the newest laptop from 2010 to today, and I have here the archive list from older laptops. Okay, of course this will change every 5 years. I'm going to send the rest to archive. I don't know how it's going to work, but here I got some of the newest reported laptops that works on ArcaOS with their comments. I tried to do some basic rating, which this is very bad, it doesn't boot, this is good enough. And I don't have anyone that is very good because wireless and USB 3 is almost always missing from the support on these laptops. Let's try to see one. Here we have a picture, general specs, also the devices, just like a member, trying to grab the hardware ID. This is the Intel vendor ID. This is the device ID for this audio device. Trying to grab everything. Here we have the comments, how I install it, how the user installed our Acom Station or ArcaOS, and the specific tricks for each component. Okay. So this is, and here we have the hardware report. That is always nice to have the PCI report. I think also in this machine there is also the USB report. Yeah, there is also USB report, which the internal USB devices that are connected on this laptop. Okay. The PCI reports only reports PCI stuff, and it tells you, yes, we have this USB like chipset connect to the PCI, but it doesn't tell you what is connected to that USB chipset or USB device. The USB report or ls USB command will let you know which USB things are connected there. Okay, so this is for the hardware thing. I was also tell you that I'm trying to do like a little software collection of what I found is not complete. This is the category that I have. It goes growing day by day. Sometimes I work on it, sometimes I stop. And well, it has some software. I'm going to go to audio applications. There are some subcategories like CD players and software. This is System Master audio volume that was recently released by John Eric. I have some screenshots, what it does, and I have like this. I try to keep this standard template for version, vendor if it applies, author, license, download, and version number. So you can download it, you can click it, and it will send you to hubs to download it. No? So this is how I'm also trying to categorize. And software, I think I'm never going to finish with this. There is too much software, there is little time, but well, it's kind of fun to go little by little and see how the things grow. Okay, so this was the software side of the wiki. Okay, the next thing that I want to show also on the World Wiki is that strange project that I'm doing, like searching from CD-ROMs and trying to check the stuff that it has. Like, like some years ago I started to grab source code related to OS2 and upload it on GitHub, and having like a way to have a educational source code material for the public that can be search indexed, so they can find it in an easy way, and it's very easy to have a JIT on that page and share the source code. So I'm just dropping everything there to be searchable and indexed. So I find some sharewares, CD-ROMs that used to be that are now available on the Internet Archive. since they are a public library, they can do that. They take a copy of the CD and put it online. So I check for the source code. I also review what programs does it have, if there is something interesting. Maybe if something is old and Hubs has it, the Hub site has a new version, I just leave the new version. If Hubs doesn't have it sometime, I upload it to Hubs, even if it's old, at least to have one version at Hubs. People may like it or not, but at least we have the software there to be downloadable. And I also collect the old artwork that used to be on CD-ROMs. The CD-ROMs used to have some artwork, some bitmaps that it was kind of fun to see how the 90s was. Okay, so this is the CDs that I have searched for these three things, and then I have some other CDs on the pipeline with these red marks that I'm going to eventually search and try to consolidate what I have found and what I have uploaded to the wiki, or maybe Hubs, or maybe to some other place, some other source like the OS2 World Picture Gallery. So this is how I organize myself to know which CD-ROMs I already have processed and which ones I'm missing, and this list is going to grow also. And I have, of course, the list of related OS2 CD-ROMs, which is a longer list of CD-ROMs that are available on the Internet Archive that people just can surf and download and try to see if they found something interesting from that old CD-ROMs. The next thing that I'm going to show is also that I'm using this to preserve some articles. That is like the most common things to have on a wiki, articles. I have some old hardware reviews, and I don't know, I remember I made this on 2002. This kind of articles about these devices with OS2. I try to consolidate also some other stuff from the internet. I have several other articles from laptops and some old iOmega devices, and maybe some other from OS2 warp.be that gave me permission to copy all the information from that site and that articles here on the wiki. So this is the most common thing of trying to write some articles. How to is also a lot of articles about how do you do some stuff on OS2 on ArcaOS, and there are some information also to check out here. Okay. And the other thing that I'm doing, that I told you that I'm using the wiki is also for courseware. That was the educational material that IBM used to provide to, let me search so I find it. Okay, IBM courseware, it's down here on project pages. I was not able to find it. So IBM used to provide these courses for a fee to the public, and then try to consolidate all the information of all the available courses that this is the Warp server courses, Warp 4. I was able to find this material from, this is a quick sample, from the OS2 Warp server for e-business 5 days training. Okay, that was an on-hand lab training with lectures focused on providing a skill, blah, blah, blah. You can go inside there, search all the information. And for this one, I got IBM permission to republish the documentation. Here I have the instructor exercise guide, the student exercise. I think that the bigger ones are the student notebooks. Also the instructor guide, which was deeper to help the person giving the course. This is the copyright permission that I like to put on top. And this is the famous student book. There are like, I don't know, 300 pages of learning material, of a hands-on lab that you go step by step to learn to use OS2 Warp Server for e-business. So I know I have this course from some years now, but my crazy dream will be to eventually have all these courses. And it's very hard because this was not a material that was shared or that was supposed to be on PDF format. Um, that was to it's kind of hard to find. I had find, for example, this OS2 Merlin training services, but it is hard to find documentation that we need to scan. I need to ask permission to IBM lawyers. They will give me permission, and I will be able to post it here. So if you ever were to a formal training and you still have the student notebook, very hard to find the instructor notebook, but if you have a student notebook, is very useful. Please let me know and let's see if we can scan it, and I will request permission to IBM to republish the courseware. Okay, so this is all for the OS2 World Wiki. Let's keep moving. Okay, now I'm going to go to the IDM2. As you may already know, IDM2 is like the resource for all OS2 the development material. It has articles, it has some software development reviews, and also the API information. Also some other projects like the config sys documentation project. So ADM2 is basically organizing in the different topics of the articles that it has there, like presentation manager, development related articles. Usually I try to put the wiki articles here and some external links on the right. And we have different topics like SOM, which which has all the workplace shell, also documentation on how to compile a class, how to create software for the workplace shell. Okay, driver development, and it has. I had been trying to also put all the articles here, and if I don't get permission to post the article here, at least have it linked so we can find it in a single place. Okay, the interesting thing that I have been working on this wiki is the list of OS2 documentation here, and I have some. Well, we have tried here to organize the development books, material, red books in the different versions of OS2. Here we have like the basic manuals that used to come on the toolkits, control program interface, GPI, presentation manager. These are the official manuals that used to come on the toolkit. Then we have the red books. Also, the red books have been always, like all of them, with some exceptions, all have been available for free. You can click the link. It will send you to the open library where you can read the red book without any kind of restriction, because this used to be a free material. Okay, so here we have a red book. Okay, so we also organize it by versions, so if I don't want to see the older ones, they are all on a different page. The interesting thing that we have been working is the retail books. See? Yeah. So we have the retail books, and it's organized also by OS2 version and also by subject. So we have like different kind of topics here, and we also have some books has links to also the open library, since the Internet Archive and the open library is a public library. They have on the US copyright law, they have permission to copy books and put it available on their library. So we have like the OS2 application programmer guide, and we can also read it and check it out for reference. I'm going to go to the first page. Here's the cover and the full book that can be read here. Okay, and we have several books and different topics. Like a very interesting topic for us is going to be always presentation manager books. Here are several presentation manager books to create applications with user interface, right? And some system object model. And also, I think it's here, yeah, also device driver development. The one from Steven Maestriani had always been online for like a long time, but we also have the other one from Raymond Westwater from device driver development, which is a subject that we lack material, right? So this is the books, the book section of the ADM2. On the wiki, the thing that I think I will never going to finish, but at least I try, is the API project. The API project is supposed to try to document every function of the different APIs that OS2 has. I also have included some third-party APIs also that can be that are also documented here, and even try some draft version of the ported APIs from the Linux world that we have available. We're not going to put the full documentation of the API because these ones are already on their own web pages, but at least to let know the developer that we have these libraries that can be used. Of course, that a lot of libraries are missing here. And let's go back to the OS2 Warp API. And yeah, we have like the kernel level APIs, drivers, control program, presentation manager, system object model, and several more. Just to check the presentation device driver API, and we have all the functions, and we try to create a page for each function and try to have like some kind of standard way to put it, like the description, the syntax, parameters, returns, some sample source code, and well, I think I'm never going to finish this, but well, I keep going little by little, and it can be interesting to have this on a wiki format that is easy searchable on the internet, that having on an in file that, yeah, it's the same thing of the inf file, inf file, but those kind of files are for a person that does not have installed OS2 are hard to watch. There are some Windows, of course, there are some Windows readers for the inf files, but it is not very common. They are not indexed by Google, that kind of files, okay? So this is the API project from the IDM2. Okay, let's move on. Also, if you want to help, there are ways you can collaborate. You can register to OS2 World, and you will have access to the forums, to the wiki. You can collaborate with contents, documentation, source code, screenshots, hardware reports. Opinions are also important, constructive opinions, of course. And yes, we can use the forum. People has reported hardware on the forums. I just transfer it to the wiki. I can also give you access to the wiki, to the OS2 World wiki, to help me with that. Remember that we have hubs to upload software. OS2 site also mirror hubs, and also tries to have like a good repository of software there. And if you have anything else, you have something that is not already public and you want to find a way to share it, just contact me directly and we will see how we can make it work to make it available for the community. So if it's from IBM, we can ask permission to the IBM lawyers. I know the process there, so we can do it. So we, or at least try it. Just contact me and let me see what we can do to grow the available OS2 knowledge on the in the internet. When you I always put this slide here. When you collaborate online, remember what Will Wheaton says: "Don't be a dick. Try to be as nice as possible." I know that it should be like a very basic thing, but sometimes you lose patience. People are not understanding you. That is a good moment to say, okay, I just move on. It is not useful to use sarcasm to get into a fight that nobody's going to win. So just move on. Let's try to help someone else in a different thing. Don't try to push things if they are not moving on the online forums when you are collaborating. So always remember this. And well, thanks for your time. If you had something related to OS2, documentation, software, videos, source code in VHS, magazines, things that are not available online already, just let me know. Let's try to preserve it. Let's try to have it online. Here's my email. And let's see if we can find a solution on how to put it online. Let's see if we can find, we can request permission. Let's see how can we do that. Thank you very much for your time. I'm going to be in the IRC chat for questions. And well, have a great Warpstock. Thank you very much. To you again or two.
Okay. Yeah. The video ended. We've patched in Martin for questions from people. Are there any questions? Let's see here. I'm looking at the YouTube stream right now and the IRC chat. Thanks for grabbing all of the source code together that you've been spending a great part of your life on.
Yeah.
And all of the courseware.
Yeah. Just in case, I'm wearing the same sweater to keep continuity of the video. I'm like 2 months here in confinement for the quarantine. So thank you for taking me out of bed. And I got here Lolo. It's called Lolo. It's a new cat. It's the first time I have a cat in my house. And well, he was brought here on Friday. And of course, 2 days, the first 2 days, everybody in my house was happy with the cat. Now I'm the one taking care of him.
As we always say here at home, is that a cat doesn't have a boss, but that a cat has personnel to serve it. And you better get used to it. It's already putting the claws in your sweater, so. But it's gone. Okay. Let's see here. Are there any questions? I'm just looking there.
I don't expect too many questions because I am always talking about my opinions. So well, everybody has their different opinions. So sometimes there are not a lot of questions. Just to tell you something, I was watching you that you have on the back a book that says "Prepare for OS2 certification." That was actually the first book that I was able to scan and ask IBM permission to publish it online. So that book is already available online. The one that you have on the back, that's right here. I don't know where it says "Prepare for OS2 certification." You can also check it online. Yeah, that's good.
Have you been able to? How have you been able to get permission from IBM? Have you got a specific contact at IBM, or you sent a request to, and they are then generally able to acknowledge it, since it's old stuff that's not very useful for them anyway?
Yes, they have a process that you submit the material, some lawyer in IBM check it out, and if it's not IBM confidential, if it's not, well, if it will not cause them any problem, and if IBM owns the 100% of the copyright of that element, they will give you permission. It will take some days, some weeks, but well, and IBM put you some specific details that they can ask you to take it out if they want to, and they put their conditions, right? But they allow it to put it available online for free for nonprofit after they have checked it out and give you permission, right?
Okay.
So that's good. That's good. So that's how I was also able to release the educational material for OS2 Warp Server for e-business because it's obsolete in one from their perspective, they are not selling it anymore, and from the other side, it's their own copyright that can be released. So that's why I was able to do that, and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to search for or to find more courseware material, which was the educational material that IBM used to provide for OS2 training, and scan it and well ask for permission and put it online. So it's going to be hard because well that material was not supposed to be distributable. It was only for students on the official courses. So if anybody has one of that, let's contact me and we will find out how to work it out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's see here. Well, I'm not seeing any questions pop up while we discussed all of the nice legal merry-go-rounds within IBM. So, okay. Any more questions? Going once? Going twice? Anybody? Oh, wait. Jan Eric is asking here if there is on the YouTube video progress with SAP and VxRex. He's asking. Are you busy? Jan Eric Larka is asking if there has been progress on SAP and VxRex.
Oh no, progress on what?
Were you
what?
were you working on getting VxRex from SAP?
Yes, but it is now. Well, it's almost impossible. I was talking like a year ago or two. No, it was a long time, 2 years ago, about that possibility. But the issue was that people from SAP didn't care anymore. Well, SAP bought the company that made that compiler, that development tool, and of course sometimes it was I don't remember, it was Sybase that bought that company and SAP buys Sybase, something like that. And of course SAP doesn't even know that they have the ownership of that program, and they don't want to move forward with that. So I like 2 years ago I lost track of the people. And
oh, that's interesting. Both Lewis and you have been running after SAP. I just see here that Lewis writes on the NetLab, on the IRC channel, that I was the one working with SAP. So you've been both hunting after SAP to try and get them to move.
Yeah, but I lose track. Yeah, some years ago. Yeah, they didn't care anymore. And I don't know, maybe Lewis has some more money and he can offer something. I don't have nothing to offer there. So I don't know. Good luck, Lewis, and I hope that he can make that product available again.
There is another question on the channel, but I think that the answer is just very rudimentary, simple. OS2 user is asking, how do you get permission to publish magazines, books, when the publisher no longer exists? I think it's more or less has to do with who owns the copyright, and then you need to figure it out and get permission from that person or publisher.
Yeah, that is that is almost impossible when the publisher no longer exists, and or if the author died like 5 years ago. Copyright law says that if things are public domain, depends on the country, like 70 years after the author dies. On that case, the good thing is that the Internet Archive does not, how do you tell it, does not require that formal permission to republish that things, because the US copyright law says that public libraries can reproduce content and make it available to the people. Of course, that the US copyright law didn't say if it's electronic or physical. So since the Internet Archive is a digital library, they put it online in a digital way. If the author or the publisher complains to the Internet Archive, they just take it down. But legally, a public library can do that. I, as an individual or a company, cannot do that. A public library has that special power in the US copyright law. It's strange, right? That it's a twerk that works for them.
Yeah, I've been in the same position trying to trace down owners of OS2 software or getting permission to distribute device drivers at the time with Ecom Station, and trust me, it's a legal hell to go through, especially if the company is located in the United States.
Yeah.
You get, if you don't have the right contact within the company, it's a process that takes months. But anyway, that's
Yeah, no, and well, that's a hard part. And well, there's software that simple get lost on this gray area between what is this gray area called abandonware. That, in other words, yeah, it's illegal, but there's no one there to sue you. So, well, it's a gray area, I think.
OS2 user is asking if there is a copyright holder, and the very simple answer is yes. If I now write a poem or an article and I publish it, depending on the country, but in most cases the person publishes it has automatic copyright and thus has the license to distribute to organize. He can decide if he what he wants to do with a certain publication. And it's up to the author to give permission, yes or no. You cannot take that permission just like that.
Yes, of course, it depends on the local law.
And the license that is possibly attached to it.
Yeah, I know, like well, yes, of course, that depends on license, but it can be like, I don't know, licenses are made in the imagination of people. So a license can be, well, it can be as restrictive or as loose as the author wants to. And maybe say, I have the ownership of that thing, and I'm allowing this publisher to sell it, and I'm allowing this one to use it for free, and I'm allowing just this little part of the book to be used for that and for that. So imaginations plays a very interesting role on these licensing things. So it's not that. And it's changed over time. The people change over time. So maybe one day he say, no, this is restricted. This I don't want to share it. Just the people to pay it. And after 10 years, they say, no, I don't care. It's already paid. I want to share it with everybody. So it's not wrong to contact that person and say, okay, you used to sell it on the past. Let's make it open source today. What do you think? And well, that's how so many OS2 software has turned open source on the last 10 years, which is a thing that I support a lot, all the open source. Remember that, well, when I graduated from college in '99, open source was the word of the devil. Microsoft used to say that why you going to give this away, why you want to share the source code, that it's a sin. And now 20 years after that, open source is the things that are running everything in the world. All the cloud is based in open source and open standards. So it's a different way to see it.
There's a more broader question, but I think that's maybe a bit outside of the scope of the presentation, and we don't have Louis here to answer that. David Antonello asks, do you think OS2 World can work together with ArcaOS to present, for example, once a year an ArcaOS feature put to the vote by the community?
Well, it can be, well, I have a good relationship with Louis. We can do, well, anything what we can agreed on. Let's just contact me and let's send me the idea and we will see what we can do.
No, no,
Because
no, no. Knowing ArcaOS, and if we've just seen Lewis's presentation, I think that the very simple answer is that they're a small company and their development resources are at 110% overload currently already. So it.
let me see the idea because I don't understand. Let me check. Do you think that can like to present, for example, once a year an ARCA OS feature put on the vote by the community? Yes, the community can vote. There's no problem. But well, let's and if Lewis agreed, we can do it. Well, just need to see what happens. I don't know. The feature can be on the ArcaOS strategy or. But well, it's an idea. Let's discuss the idea on the OS2 World Forum. And at the end, people are the ones that take the choice to say, I don't want to support this. I want to support this. So there's no issue with that. It's just, well, it's just having the people to support the idea. And if it's a good idea, we will eventually, maybe it will get developers, okay? But I don't think that I don't like to reject ideas without further analyzing. I like discussing it because on the forums because other people give you feedback and try to fit and improve the idea in a way that can be doable.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay.
Um.
See, I was not expecting too much questions, but well, everything is free to be discussed on the OS2 World Forum. Related to OS2, of course, there is some off-topic forum there, but well, use it with care. And just one thing, we still have time. I'm also, I don't know, the last days I have been checking very old tickets on the NetLabs SVN, for example, and I have been closing the really old ones that do not have any feedback anymore, like 10 years ago, 12 years ago, some old tickets. So I think it's good also to try to help on that way because well, developers like to have feedback and bug tickets, but they like to have the requirements, the things that are failing right there. To don't have and don't lose time asking the developer, please upload the log, please let me know which version I'm using, please give me that, please give me that. So for people that are not developers like me, I think it's good to also check the tickets and request, oh, please give me more feedback and let's build the case to show it to the developer to don't make him lose time trying to investigate what's going on and getting the facts there. So on the NetLabs SVN, I'm also trying to close some very old tickets of people that are not giving feedback, and we cannot know if and it's like 10 years ago. We don't even know if they still have the hardware. So I have been closing some tickets on Unial and on FAT32. So if someone has a ticket that is closed and they don't like it, well, I expect some hit, but we need more
maintenance in the community. As we all know, we've got very few software developers and driver developers, so thanks for your contribution. Are there any other questions? Because I actually still need to do some preparation work for the Bitwise Works presentation and have dinner, which is up at 7, so if there are no more questions, I'd like to put the stream on pause until 7 p.m. Dutch time. And in the meantime, I'll have dinner and get Dimitri set up for the stream for his presentation at 7 p.m. Dutch time.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, thank you for your time. Stay healthy there. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, thank you, Martin, for connecting from Ecuador. Um, we are going to have a dinner break here in the Netherlands, lunch break in New York. So we'll be back in approximately 70 minutes for the last presentation of this Digital Warpstock Europe 2020. So enjoy dinner, lunch, or otherwise where you are on the planet. Sleep well, and see you then at the next presentation. Okay, thank you. Bye bye. Hello everybody, we're back. We had a slight delay, we were still working on the last presentation, that's why it was moved on the schedule, but ready for the last presentation. This also, well, has taken up quite some of my time. As president of Voice, I started the funding campaign for a new browser in October 2017. You have certainly all noticed that on all of the mailings that have gone out and the news items and the status updates on articles os2voice.org. If there's one thing that's key about is that development. Sorry. Sorry, that was my other laptop that was catching up. Software development on OS2 takes time. We've got effectively, the way I always see it is that we have ArcaOS doing the operating system, and BitwiseWorks keeps what, as I refer to it, the GCC/libc factory running. To put it simple, that's the framework that's used to port and compile Linux source code on OS2 so that we can run applications like OpenOffice, CupSprinter drivers, Firefox, SeaMonkey, Thunderbird on OS2. There's a whole list of applications that currently all built upon this framework. But in order to keep that maintained, we have some volunteers in the community, but it's certainly true that a large portion of the DLLs that are used to compile the current applications are maintained by BitwiseWorks. And a lot of people simply take that for granted. But without that work from BitwiseWorks, that's part of the OS2 engine in the locomotive that would simply shut down. There are continuous updates needed. As you'll see in the presentation, BitwiseWorks is now maintaining between 250 and 300 DLLs, and the number keeps growing. And that's all being done by one developer and two people that are helping him out. So the fact that we can currently run all of the software that we do on OS2 ported from Linux is to a large extent attributable to the work that BitwiseWorks is doing. And the major thing that's now within reach is the new browser. Dimitri is on the other channel. Can you please patch Dimitri in for the presentation?
Go ahead. We're now both live.
Okay.
Hello everyone.
I'm just waiting.
Here?
I'm just waiting for the video here. Am I going
Yeah,
to?
that takes 50
Okay, yeah,
seconds.
okay.
Go ahead, you're
Yeah.
live.
Yeah, you can start, Dimitri. The slides are live.
Okay, I'm already live.
Yes.
Okay, great. So hello everyone. My name is Dmitry Kuminov. I'm from BitwiseWorks, and I'm going to give you some more details about what we do, what BitwiseWorks does. So is the first slide on the screen right now?
Yeah, move the slide, please. Yeah. Yes, it is.
Okay. So the second slide, please.
It's there. It's about
Okay.
what BitwiseWorks did and does. Who's on the BitwiseWorks team?
Right. So who is on the BitwiseWorks team? BWW BitwiseWorks GmbH is owned and operated by Sylvan Scherer from Switzerland. Hello, Sylvan, if you are watching us right now. Then it's Herwig Barnfein from Austria, and then it's me, Dmitry Kuminov, from Russia. So we are those three people who do all the stuff in here at BitwiseWorks. As Roderick already mentioned, I'm the primary developer, and Sylvan and Herwig help me a lot doing what I do. Next slide, please.
Yep, next slide.
Yeah, again, as
het gaat niet.
Roderick already mentioned, BitwiseWorks is I think I can say that is the major software vendor for the OS2 platform at the moment. We do, except the operating system internals, we do all the other stuff that of that higher level, which is called end user applications and support in their support libraries. So this is what we do. And in the last 12 months since our previous presentation, we updated or created from scratch around 160 ports of cross-platform software. Most of these ports are software libraries which are used by end user applications, and end user applications are those you use on your OS2 machines. And we really work hard to keep all these numerous libraries at their recent versions so that they would include all the current features, all the bug fixes, all the enhancements, and so on. And all these libraries are required to run bigger end user applications, such as the Qt5 software development toolkit, which is used in a large number of applications, such as Firefox, such as OpenOffice, such as Poplar and QPDFU, the CAPS printing net framework, and this list is actually really, really big. Next slide, please.
Yeah, it's on the screen.
Okay, thank you. All these libraries are universal. They are not done for some single particular application. They are used in many applications, unlike special ports, which are done by some other developers for OS2 and for other operating systems. Our libraries are suitable for any application. And by the way, this is one of the reasons why we introduced the package manager, which is called RPM YAM, because it's simply impossible to manage the installation of all these libraries otherwise. And the other benefit of such an approach is that we fix some library, we make some bug fix or add some new feature in it. Each and every application which uses this library benefits from that immediately after you install a new version of this library. And all these small libraries, well, not all of them are actually small, but they don't require a lot of time from us because they are maintained really well, and thanks to our build framework, which we here at Bitwise created over all these years. Porting such libraries doesn't take a lot of time from us and doesn't take a lot of sponsoring Unix from you. So this is about libraries. Next slide, please.
It's displayed. You can go on.
Yeah, okay, so now let's talk about some bigger projects that we work on. First of them is Qt5, which we announced several years ago, and we talked a lot about it during our last year's presentation. And this is Qt5, for those who doesn't know. This is the one of the most popular GUI development toolkits used by software developers to create user interfaces for their applications. There are many applications based on Qt5, which are now which we can now port to OS2. They may be easily ported to OS2 so that the OS2 community can have them as well. The next big piece of what we do is libc. libc is the key library which is used virtually in each and every application on your machine. libc is the C runtime library. So it's the runtime library from the C language, which is used for the majority of applications. And then there is also libcx. This is our extension to the libc library, which adds some additional features there. And the next big piece of our work is no doubt GCC. GCC is the C and C++ compiler, which is used by all software we release since many years. This includes Firefox, this includes OpenOffice, and everything else. Every single library is built with GCC. GCC is GNU C compiler. We had a very old version of it before. It was GCC version 4.9.2, if I remember correctly, and it was like from 2014. And when we started working on Chromium, I will come to that part later, we realized that we desperately need a new version of the compiler. So here came GCC 9.2.0. This is the latest major line of development and almost the latest version every other world has at the moment. It has all the C and C++ standard features. All these new fancy things are in, and we can use them for OS2 development. Our next big project is, of course, Apache OpenOffice, which we have recently updated to version 4.1.7. It was released on the 29th of January of 2020. And our next big project is, of course, the web browser. The operating system cannot exist without the browser, so it's simply a must. As you all know, before that, we worked for many years on Firefox, and we provided Firefox to the OS2 community. But then, as you already know as well, then we decided that we stop working on Firefox for reasons you can get from our previous presentation. I will not go into detail here. So now we are concerned about bringing a new browser to the OS2 platform because without it, it's simply dead. And this new browser will be based on Qt5. We will talk about that later. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please. It's on the screen.
Yeah, thanks. Some more details about libc. As I already mentioned, it's the C runtime library, which is used in every application out there. We started our own fork of this library back in the last year because its original maintainer, Knut Osmundsen, hello Knut if you're watching us, stopped actively contributing to it, but we desperately needed new features in there, so we had to fork. Since then, we've made hundreds of commits and bug fixes and added a lot of new features. 28 libc tickets were closed and 8 libcx tickets were also closed. It means that we implemented all these new features and fixed some old bugs that didn't let us go further with all our great ports of libraries and software. And we also introduced many long-standing missing features and added them to the current libc version. And the most significant one of them is white chapter support that was missing since 10 years or something like that. It was needed for GCC 9, it was needed for Chromium, for Qt5, etc. So we had to add it, and we did that. Next slide, please.
It's on the screen.
Okay, thank you. It's Qt5, right? So that we are on the same track. Okay, okay. So some more words about Qt5, one of our big projects. We started porting this modern toolkit to OS2 in May 2018, and in August, in April we released some demo version, and we talked a lot about that during our last year's presentation. And shortly after that, in August 2019, we released a complete version of Qt 5.11.0. It's almost a complete version of the toolkit, excluding the Qt Web Engine library. I will talk about that a little bit later. And we did it as promised to the community. It took almost a little bit more than a year, and just as we promised, I repeat that. And it is completely free of charge. So we did all this hard work free of charge for the community. Anybody can download these libraries, use them with applications, write their own applications with them, or use these libraries for someone else's applications, free, completely free of charge. And in September 2019, we updated Qt 5 to the latest version 5.13.1. It was the latest version by that time. Now it's 5.15 already out, but we are not going to go there. It doesn't have a lot of differences, which make difference on OS2. Doesn't have a lot of updates, but we will come there, but not now, because our primary focus now is the Qt Web browser component. Qt Web Engine component. Next slide, please.
It's on the screen.
Okay, thank you. So Qt Web Engine, what it is? To keep it short, it's the library. It's actually a single DLL which provides modern browser support for any application. And this component, this module, is actually it contains Chromium under its hood. And Chromium, for those who doesn't know, is a piece of software. You can also call it a library, which is used by Google in their product called Chrome. Chrome is a very popular web browser out there. I'm pretty sure you know that. So Chrome is runs on top of Chromium. Everything that Chrome shows on the screen when you visit some web page is rendered by the Chromium engine. The Chromium engine is also developed by Google and is still being developed. They release new versions quite regularly. And this project is really, really big. It contains almost 80,000 source files. For comparison, Qt 5 itself contains just 12,000. So you see it's 6 times more. This is just to give you an impression how big the Chromium web engine is.
Can I interrupt you briefly there?
Yeah, sure, of course.
I think you mentioned when we had a phone call about it that, just to give another comparison, what type of a huge monster this is. I've got a note here. You said that on your machine that runs with an Intel i7 with 8 cores. Until now, the rough estimate is that compiling all of the sources into a DLL is roughly an estimate about 10 to 12 hours.
Yes, and it's a really rough estimate. It can actually take more, because I have never run it as a whole yet, because it's still work in progress. So it may be even more, but 12 hours is actually quite a bit already. It's for example, I work, then I go to sleep, and then when I wake up the next day, it might still be running, it might still be building. This is how.
And there was another thing about Chromium, so that people understand why we took this browser engine, is that it seems it's so good that even Windows 10 users who run Microsoft Edge effectively run the same engine, because Microsoft, its latest browser, Edge, that they introduced in Windows 10, has switched over to the Chromium WebKit engine as well.
Yeah, this is a very good note actually, and it proves that Chromium is quite a successful product. And this is why Microsoft decided to use it as well. So did we. So, well, not us, but the Qt5 team. They decided to switch to Chromium from Apple WebKit. They used Apple WebKit before, but then they decided to drop it for a number of reasons and switched entirely to Chromium. This is why we don't have it right now. I mean, we already ported Apple WebKit when we were working on Qt4, because Qt4 used Apple WebKit. But now Qt5 uses a different engine, Chromium, so we have to do it again. We have to port Chromium now. And also to get you some understanding of what's going on here when I work on Chromium, there are around 15,600 compilation units. Compilation unit is a source file which the compiler, the GCC compiler, which have been talking before, takes to build an object file that then is used to build an application. So there are 15,600 compilation units like that, and there are many of them consisting of like 2 or 3 dozen separate source files. So it's a really huge amount of work. And out of these 15,000, around 60% are already successfully compiled on OS2 by now. So it's about 7,000 compilation units still to go. And as I already mentioned, for Chromium, specifically for Chromium, we had to port GCC 9 to OS2, which also took us a couple of months, because it's not a piece of cake. It's a compiler. It's a very serious tool for developers, and it requires a lot of effort to have it running. And then we had to do numerous updates to our libcx ports and to a lot of other Unix and other cross-platform software libraries which are needed for Chromium, which are used by Chromium. These libraries includes ICU. This is a library that does all the text translation from one code page to another code page, and all other things related to that. There is also FFmpeg library, which is responsible for displaying, for example, YouTube videos and all other audio and video formats, and many other libraries. For example, we even had to update Python to fix a number of bugs in Python. Python is a scripting language, because Python is used in some libraries needed by Chromium. It's used by Chromium itself to run the build process, and some features were missing in the OS2 port of Python, so we had to fix it to get further with Chromium. And eventually, Chromium is what we actually need right now to bring you a new web browser. We chose Falcon, and the Falcon is built on top of Qt5 and on top of its Qt web engine, which has Chromium under the hood. So everything we do here within this project, we do to get a new, decent, modern browser on the OS2 platform. As I said, we chose Falcon. You can Google its name, and you will get more details on that browser. Now, next slide, please.
Next slide, please. Can I, by the way, make a short footnote, Dimitri?
Yeah, sure, go on.
Yeah, just for people think that he still has 7,000 source files to go. As you said, it all depends on what you bump into. There are certain days that you can plow through 500 of those files, right? It all depends what you bump into.
Yes, exactly. There are days when I build like 500 compilation units a day. It's pretty much. But my next slide is also about that, so I will clarify on that as well.
Yeah, that slide is on the screen now.
Yeah, okay, very good. So the Qt web engine development goes a little bit slower than we planned. Yeah, we have to admit that. And try to explain why it is like that. First reason is quite general. It's just more difficult to compile software, to compile libraries and applications on OS2 than on any other platform, modern platform like Linux, Mac OS, or Windows. Why? Because OS2 is showing its age since like 10 years, and we lack constant support from software vendors for the OS2 platform. All these the maintainers of all these libraries I've previously mentioned do nothing for OS2. They do not support OS2, do not support it officially at least. So everything which needs to be done in those libraries and in those applications to get them running on the OS2 platform has to be done by us, by me, by Silvan, by Herwig, by some other people, but it's us who must do it. And there is nobody else besides us to do that, and that's why it's going pretty much slow. And another reason is that don't know upfront what we bump into on that road. It literally looks like that. I start a new compilation session and wait until it fails. And when it fails, I look at the place where it failed and try to understand why it failed. And only then, only at that point, I can actually see what is the reason. It may be a bug in our port. It may be some missing feature. It may be some outdated version of some library that does not let the build continue like it was with ICU, like it was with FFmpeg, like it was with Python and many other libraries. Or it may be even some compiler feature that our compiler misses. And this was the case with GCC, so we had to stop our Chromium work completely because it's simply impossible to do two such big projects at the same time. I had to stop any Qt or Qt web engine work and switch completely to porting GCC version 9 to OS2. Of course, we have Paul Smedley, who supports a number of software and libraries for OS2. We reused some part of his work when working on GCC 9, but we had to do a lot of our own work. We had to bring white character support, which was missing there, and it was missing in Paul's ports as well, so we had to do it from scratch, and we had to update our libc port to make it possible, so it's like a chain of dependencies, and etc, etc. So it took like 2 months to bring GCC, as I already mentioned. And these kinds of bumps happen all the time when I work on Chromium as I go. And this is why it's hard to predict when I actually finish it. And this is why it's hard to predict what will be the next failure. And this is why it's so slow. And as Roderick mentioned before, we have to see it as we go.
In fact, just to tell people in the community, there are also other people that sometimes jump in with advice. For me, one of the respected community members that does a lot of development, and you've heard me mention his name many times, is Stephen Levine. He also keeps an eye out, and gives advice to. But the bottom line is it's a lonely battle to get it done. You're getting there, but yeah, I just want to emphasize it again that these guys are not working in a cave somewhere and hammering at it as they move forward. They're trying to do it as efficient as possible. So and there are other people externally watching as well. So please move on. Sorry about that.
Yeah, and it's you can. There is simply no other way for us, for the OS2 community, to go, because everything is done by the same 3 or 4 people, and we have to go here and there to make this train actually running anywhere at all. So this is how things are. And just to mention it, Qt5 itself is ready since August last year, and excluding the web component which we are talking about right now, and is ready to be used. You can install it with YAM or with an ANPM package manager and write your own nice applications for OS2 or port some existing applications. It should be really easy if these applications do not use the web engine component. So Qt5 itself is ready. It's only the web browser component which is missing, and which is I'm currently working on really hard. And my current estimate is that it will take another month to go through all these files, through all these 7,000 compilation units, and it's really doable this time, maybe even faster. But again, it depends on which bumps I face on that road. Again, if I face them, if not, very good. If I face something, I have to switch to some other project to fix it so that I can continue with the web browser component. And once it's done, once we have once we have Chromium ported, and which means we have Qt Web Engine ported as well, because once Chromium is ready, Qt Web Engine will take half an hour to compile or something like that. I will switch directly to Falcon, to the Falcon web browser, and it will take like a week or 2 to get it up and running on OS2. Once we have Chromium up and running, it will just 1 or 2 weeks, because it's mostly cross-platform code, and all the dirty work is already done either in the Qt5 library itself or within our Chromium work. So once Chromium is ready, we will get a browser really fast. And that should be a next slide, please.
Yeah. That's also consistently what we have communicated, is that the bulk of the code is in those two frameworks, Qt and the WebKit. And effectively, to put it extremely impolite, the browser is quote unquote just a GUI. Most of the functionality. So that's what I also like to say. If somebody else is completely dissatisfied with the Falcon browser, you can try and port another current Qt browser that is out there, and you can compile it for OS2 as well. It's going to be a little endeavor to get the build environment working. All of the sources are available, but that's the other benefit. If somebody in the community really thinks that Falcon stinks, yeah, be our guest.
There are options. There are options.
Yeah. You're not tied to just the Firefox browser, because it was either Firefox or Firefox. It was a bit like buying a Trabant. What color do you want it? Black or black? So, yeah. Okay, let's move forward then. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please. Yeah.
It's on screen.
So these so-called GCC libc bitwise work GCC libc factory, what it is? This is our tool chain which we use to port all the software we port, and all other people working on OS2 use exactly the same tool chain, which consists of the GCC compiler and the libc library. These are its 2 core components. Besides that, there is a bunch of different development tools which we have ported them to OS2 first, and now we maintain them. So, and there is just a small, really small group of people worldwide who work on OS2 software, about 6 to 10 people around the world. And they all use this factory. All these people use GCC with a few exceptions, like there is one or two projects using the Watcom compiler, but still this compiler often needs the libc library for some other libraries, and which brings us back to our factory. And all these people use our tools and use the DLLs Bitwise Works provides and maintains. And currently, we maintain around 300 these DLLs. These are libraries, third-party libraries, cross-platform libraries like font config library, like font engine library, like ICU mentioned already, like FFmpeg, like XML libraries, and there is a number of those libraries which make all current applications consist of and make use of. All these hundreds of DLLs are provided and maintained by us, by Bitwise Works. And as I already mentioned in one of my earlier slides, all these libraries are also used by all these big software projects provided by us or by other people in the OS2 community, like OpenOffice, like Samba, like CAPS, like Mozilla, like Qt and Java, and etc., etc. Actually, all of those I've just mentioned are provided by Bitwise Works as well. And all of them depend on libc and depend on GCC because they are built with GCC. So this is what it is, our GCC libc factory. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please. It's on the screen.
Oh, okay, thank you. And now, and here comes the interesting part. Who pays this all work? Funding the Bitwise Works company. Recently, OS2 Voice does a really good job collecting funding for us. And this job just keeps things running. It's really important. It keeps us afloat. It lets Bitwise Works go on with our continuous development, with all this GCC work, with all this Qt5 work, and with all this Chromium work. The problem is that a small group of people donate money, and as Roderick already mentioned, many people think that Bitwise Works for granted, does everything for granted and for free, and they can have everything from us for granted. But of course, it's simply not true, because it requires a lot of manpower, all this work that we do, and we need to eat, we need to live, and this is why we need some money. And as Roderick already says, we've keeping saying that all the time, free software does not grow on trees. And open software, despite the fact that it's open software, which means that you have all the source code available and can do some work yourself, it still needs to be funded to keep it alive. And it's as simple as that. No funding, no updates, no software updates, no new libraries, no new applications, virtually no nothing. Next slide, please.
May I add a small pointer to that?
Yeah, of course.
Because I think you will agree with me where it says OS2 Voice, that's effectively me.
Right, sure, of course. Is doing a great job on finding funding for our continuous development. That's no doubt about that.
One of the things where it has gone that far, and I thought I'd just highlight that to some extent, is that, and I'm actually still waiting for a next shipment of old OS2 software to arrive, but all of the proceedings that I've been scraping together old hardware, selling old IBM PS2 keyboards online. I've actually been sitting here at the dining table, cleaning them with a brush and taking the grease off and shipping them actually everywhere. I've actually shipped these old PS2 keyboards to Russia and Australia. But
Yeah, I've seen those pictures. Yes.
They've all gone for about 50 to 75 euros. I've, thanks to Martin Iterbide, some of the eBay auctions have gone actually completely wild. There was a couple of months ago, there were a few people that were literally fighting for a couple of these OS2 memorabilias, like a denim jacket from that I think Andy Willis or a guy from the Netherlands donated. That was finally sold. But the bottom line is that I like working on OS2, but it's to some extent actually ridiculous that we have to get to the point where I'm working in the evening hours to ship packages all around the world, and I think approximately 20 or 30 boxes with OS2 items left towards all sorts of directions, getting in maybe 2,000 to 3,000 euros in proceeding in money to fund Dimitri so that he can keep on working. But that I just thought it was fair to give a slight peek in how much work it takes to provide additional funding, and that's yeah. Okay, next slide, please.
Yeah. So in order to overcome this difficulty, we are thinking on other options on how to go on from now to continue our development and to find some funding to let us running further. And one of our ideas is to introduce sponsorship plans for the upcoming browser. Whether it will be Falcon or something else, it doesn't actually matter. And this is our current idea on how to go on with that so that we could get some funding to continue working on it, on the browser. A version of browser with a fixed homepage pointing to Bitwise homepage where you can read about everything we do will be available free of charge. So it will be some sort of an egg screen of some kind. And this version will be distributed for free. So each time you start a browser, page or a tab in a window will be open that will direct you to our web page. And the second option will be to buy a sponsorship unit, which will cost 30 or maybe 50 euros. It's still to be discussed. And with the sponsorship unit, you will get no fixed homepage. You will be entitled to some level of support from us. You will be able to report us bugs and to get some instant feedback from us. You will also get some direct support for browser updates, and you will not have to pay for it again and again. So you will get an update each 6 months for what you pay. People who already sponsor the browser, they get free access to a period depending on how much they sponsored. Yes, so once your sponsorship runs out of time, there will be some period when you can use the new version free of charge, and then you will have to buy a sponsorship unit again. And this will be distributed as well using our RPM distribution network, but we will use a separate password protected RPM repository for that. So this is one of our ideas. And if Rodri has anything to add here.
Yeah, well, just to clarify, I don't know if that came across clearly. Updates for the browser would be available free of charge to community. There would just be a delay of, let's say, 6 months. But as Dimitri said, yeah, we just have to make some hard choices. Everybody has just seen this presentation, and we can present ourselves a fantasy that we can distribute everything free of charge, but it's simply a fata morgana in the desert. Something is needed to put somebody behind the desk and to continue to write code. The sources coming from other platforms in some cases need custom made patches for OS2 to be written, and it's not like you can just hit the compile button and out rolls a project. So yeah, this is still under discussion, and
Yeah.
and just to emphasize this, if people think that this is unfair, the sources of all of the projects will be available without delay. Otherwise, that would be a violation of any open source license. So, if anybody wants to compile it, go ahead. But you're certainly going to need some spare time to get the whole build environment to work. And the other thing is that I'd like to mention, BitwiseWorks is already effectively doing this for the last couple of years with OpenOffice. OpenOffice, you can make a donation to the BitwiseWorks shop, and then you get a download URL for the binary. So you effectively pay for the support of it and get the OS2 binaries by paying for it. So in that retrospect, this is actually not really such a new idea. And in fact, it's kind of a golden road in between. You can still get the browser, but if you don't want to pay for the premium support, well, then you get less. So I just thought I'd emphasize that. Okay. Next slide, please.
Yes, no, I will tell you when. I would just like to add a couple of words here as well. Yes, I was maybe not very clear about that, about what exactly, scheme exactly we will have for all that, because it's still we are still thinking on that, on a better solution here, but we will have to come up with something, and it will be basically for support. You will be paying you will be paying not for the software itself, but for support, for us making it build for you. And if you don't want to do it, you will be able to take the sources, as Roderick already mentioned, and do it yourself. So this is how we see it can go, and can let us survive and still do something for the OS2 community. And once we come up with a final idea, we of course will share it in detail with the community. Now, next slide, please.
Next slide. Yeah, it's on the screen.
Yeah, thank you. And the last point to mention here is that BitwiseWorks makes nobody rich. Unfortunately, of course, person here at BitwiseWorks would love if it would make them rich, but fortunately, it's simply not true. And there are a few things to mention, a few important things to mention. First, Sylvan and Herwig put in a lot of unpaid hours in what we do. It means that they do something, but they don't get any money for it, for their work. It's they don't do as much as I do, of course, much less, but still they do some work, and they do it basically for free. This is one of the things which is important to understand. And the second important thing is Sylvan even regularly puts his own money on the table. He regularly provides extra sponsorship himself. It's like 200 or to 500 euros a month. Each month he does that, just to get things rolling. This is very important to understand for everyone. And as Roderick already mentioned, all source code is available online, and it's available for free because it's open source, except our Enjoy product, which is very special. So everything we do, every single line of code tailored for OS2, we put online, and everybody can make use of that work. In addition to everything else. So this is how things are here at Bitwise Works right now. And the next slide, please.
Next slide. Okay, well,
So yeah, that must be it.
yes.
If there is anybody having any questions, or if Roderick wants to add anything, I'm ready to answer or to comment on.
Well, I see that everybody is still discussing on the IRC channel the famous plush animal that I got from Mr. Faulty at Warpstock, the OS2 elephant, which was from IBM sales department. But I'm certain there are going to be some questions.
Okay,
but there's about a 30-second delay in the stream, so I'm just waiting for people. Well, actually, I think one of the reasons that the OS2 Voice Foundation did the sponsorship, and the only reason that we did that as a non-profit organization is because our charter allows that, and also it's open source work, so it generates the it's beneficial for everybody. There is no profit motive. The source code is not hidden. Oh well, and Guzi just transferred €100 for the voice QT development. Thank you. So
wow, that's great. Thank you very much.
So are there any other questions regarding this? I know that a lot of people in the community have been going like, well, it's not finished yet. I can understand that. I hope that this presentation has given an insight. Okay, wait a minute. I'm going to repeat my question. Okay. Okay, the first question is there's the user A123456789. Have you considered compiling a Unix-like operating system and then link the object code with an OS2 linker? Seems to be less involved than maintaining a compiler and port, and potentially lets you better utilize your hardware and thus decrease compile time.
I'm not sure I got the question actually. Compile some Unix operating system, what does it mean? For OS2 or what? Like virtualized it or
no,
what?
No, the question is literally, and I also don't understand. Have you considered compiling on a Unix-like operating system and link the object code with those two?
Yeah,
cross-compiling.
Now I got the question. The thing is that the Unix operating system does not. Well, actually, it's an option, but I'm not sure that it will be simpler. I mean, we can compile on, let's say, Ubuntu and get out object files, which we then link on an OS2 machine. Yeah, this is a way to go, but I'm not sure it will be much faster and much easier, because the most slowing down part in this process is converting from the AOut format, which GCC creates, to the OMF format, which OS2 natively uses. Actually, what this person suggests is, to some extent, which is what we are actually doing, because we use GCC to create Linux object files and then convert them to the OS2 format. But we do it on the OS2 machine because we have GCC 9. It wasn't as difficult as working on Chromium itself, because we already had previous ports of GCC, and we made a new port on top of them, of course. I think that doing what he suggests would take more time.
Now, Sylvan isn't here, but there's a question on the YouTube channel. And if people are wondering what the noise is in the background, that is the electronic water cooker. Marco,
from whom?
No, it's here at my place.
Oh, okay.
the question that Mark Dodell has, what's the status of Enjoy Firewall? Is that still being developed?
I'm not a developer of Enjoy Firewall. I'm not responsible for that. I think if Sylvan were here, he would answer this question better than me. I am not ready to give you any feedback about Enjoy status. But as far as I know, it's still being developed. I see some commits and some work going on it.
What I see here also is from Neil Walthour. Some web pages require more features. WebGL is often a requirement simply to render.
I'm not sure that it's already a requirement. I haven't met a single. Well, I'm pretty sure there are sites which won't run otherwise if you don't have WebGL, but I don't think that there are lots of sites like that at this point, because it's still experimental and people think how to use it best. I don't have any site like that on my other machine, which is macOS driven, because I use a browser with all OpenGL functionalities turned off, and I haven't seen any problems right now. But of course, at some point it might become a problem. But there are solutions. Making software rendered OpenGL support is not very difficult, not more difficult than getting Chromium itself up and running. It's really doable. It's even simpler, of course, than Chromium.
Okay. Martin Iterbide is asking, I don't know if Dmitry used, or has somebody answered that question already? He's asking, I don't know if Dmitry used JavaScript frameworks like Node.js Electron. I was wondering if the Qt WebKit engine ported. Can it open the door to also able to port some JavaScript standalone application to OS2?
It's as simple as that. Chromium can render it, can run such applications, and with some knowledge of Qt5, you can actually make a standalone application that will do that. This is how Slack is done, for instance, and yes, this is another benefit of what we are working on right now. Once we have Chromium, once we have Qt Web Engine, things like that will also become possible.
Okay, yeah, there's an answer already on the IRC channel that it's answered.
Okay.
I hope people understand that, and I just have to be honest here, in many of the discussions I sometimes heard that, how should I put this, that putting up a schedule for these type of projects, that the estimate can be made better if the project management is better.
Is it a question or what?
No, that's a general statement. That the thing that you and I, because Dimitri and I both worked on this presentation together, that we've hoped that we brought across, is that simply software development on OS2 is not the same as on other platforms, where there is a whole variety of libraries available and the whole build system.
All these libraries are supported by their own teams. This is a very important detail here. This is what we don't have on OS2. There is no support teams for no libraries. Only us, as already mentioned. We have to support all these libraries, which other platforms have special dedicated teams to support. We don't have that luxury, not at all. And this is why it's really hard to. It's not about management. The thing is that the amount of work you have to do to analyze a project on such a level that you could predict its completion better than we do requires amounts of this amount is comparable to the amount you need to actually port it. So in our case, given our situation, given that that we lack separate teams working on each and every library. In these particular circumstances, it really makes no sense to go that deep. It's just the same amount of time you need to actually port it, to actually fix that bug or bring this version, then to analyze everything and estimate how long it will take. So it
There's
just makes no sense.
there's actually a question here from Alex. Is there any thought of making a quote unquote GCC legacy RPM? That people who still need to build applications using GCC 4.2.9. He says that he's reluctant to update the GNU toolchain libraries to version 9 because of his development work.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not directly possible with RPM, because in RPM you can only have one version of the compiler. Of course, we can hack around it to make it possible to have two versions by renaming files and doing all this stuff. But it's not a simple job. There is a lot of paths, configuration files inside the GCC itself, and there is a lot of DLLs which would all have to be sorted out somehow. So it's not an easy task. It's much, if you really need that, it's much easier to just build GCC for yourself and have a local build tailored for your local paths and use it instead. It's really not that difficult to build it, and there is detailed instruction on our website, on our GitHub website dedicated to GCC. It's all there. It's not that difficult at all. And you can even use the zip file containing GCC4 builds made out of a set of RPM files, which we release for each RPM, and it's available on our HTTP website. You can actually use that, and but you will have to play around with environment variables that set up paths to GCC libraries, to GCC include files. You will have to play around with them so that you would point them to a location where you unpack this zip file. You can go this way too.
Okay.
But I'm not sure we will invest time in making an RPM for that.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, are there any other questions? I'm kind of curious to see how people view the plans that there's going to be kind of a shareware version of the browser for it, but that people also understand why this is being done. We just simply again get the impression that too many people just like to hit on the download button and take it for granted that the software is there. I'm going to be honest that people have said that Sylvan has received private comments where people said, yeah, but I've already paid for ArcaOS. Well, to put it extremely blunt, that's not how it works in OS2. That's the reality. And if people don't like that reality, then that's it. The point is we need to have funding to keep this train running. And yeah, we can choose to give everything away free of charge. But if a large portion of the people are not donating, that's the end of the track. It's that simple. And then the message is migrate. That's all I can say. So I know it's a bold statement, but
I can only second that. Without support from the community, without sponsoring, we are simply dead. Bitwise Works is dead, and we will not be able to.
Speaking of that, that slide is on the screen now. You can sponsor Bitwise Works via their web shop. They've also got a Patreon account.
Yes,
and
yes.
Most of the sources, I will have to admit that sometimes to see what Bitwise Works is doing, it's a bit difficult to follow because they've got sources on GitHub. Do you also have projects on SourceForge?
No. Almost everything is on GitHub, and we are moving everything there from track from
From
the
NetLab,
old
yeah.
NetLab server step by step. But eventually, we will move everything from there to GitHub because it just makes our life easier and simpler. And given that we are very limited on resources, it's just the only way to go at the moment. Yeah, and I would like to stress it out once again. As opposed to other platforms, every single library has to be done by us again. And for Windows, for Linux, for macOS, each library has their own maintainer, their own support team, and some of these teams include hundreds of people, and there are even full-time developers in these teams. We simply don't have all this, and all these development teams do not support OS2. They don't want to know anything about OS2. They don't have OS2 machines. They don't write OS2 specific code. They don't test it on OS2 machines. They don't do nothing, and this all has to be done by us. I want to stress it once again.
Yeah, thank you. Well, as you can see, I think that we're still in a pretty good position, judging by the fact that what we can all run on OS2.
Yeah.
But the GCC compiler again shows that once you get running behind on certain portions, it simply takes time to pick up, while other platforms have switched to a new compiler. And one of the reasons that I think that this sponsorship scheme is actually going to work better is by providing more funding to BitwiseWorks. Once they can maintain the current libraries and the applications, we can stay up to speed. And one program that they have that demonstrates that is not a theory but is a proven reality is OpenOffice. Since Yuri Dario is working on that, BitwiseWorks has been able to stay current on the OpenOffice build from the Apache Foundation. And not long after the Apache Foundation releases an OpenOffice build, a new version on OS2 is released. That's why it's important. That is also why about 2 years ago, we decided with Voice to shift away from Firefox development, because it was a never-ending cycle of madness on fixing patches. And we hope that with the new browser, we can actually reverse that trend, and that BitwiseWorks will keep some time left to work on other stuff, such as Java.
Yes, optimize this process. Firefox was eating just too much of our time, because Firefox is even bigger than Chromium. It's like 200,000 source files in there. It's 2.5 times bigger than Chromium, and it was simply impossible to manage by 2.5 people.
Yeah,
it's a really crazy project, and there are like 100 of full-time developers working on Firefox, and we have only 2 people working on it.
Are there any other questions on the YouTube video stream or the IRC chat? And I'd just like to emphasize again, people that have already provided a sponsorship, OS2 Voice has a list of those people and the people that have sponsored. Now, if you pay 20 euros, we still have to discuss that. We'll probably give you access for half year. People that have shown to be generous will certainly be taken into account and not forgotten. And depending on how this is all going to be set up, if for some reason you are left out in getting free access and you are entitled to it, send BitwiseWorks or me an email and we will instantly correct that. So just to clarify that that the people that have sponsored are not going to be left out in the cold in any way. That's certainly not our intention.
Yeah, sure. Of course. Just write us.
Okay. Okay, Dimitri, I don't think there are any more questions. At least I don't see them here on the YouTube channel and the and also not on the YouTube stream. So
You
I
can
think
just show the last slide then.
Oh, can you move to the last slide, please?
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay. Thank you everybody for attending. On the schedule there is still a brief Warpstock closing session. Well, Dimitri, you can stay there if you want, and then we can ask any other people. This is then the end of the first virtual Warpstock 2020 due to the Corona crisis. As I said, personally, I'm to some extent am following the development of some form of a treatment for this pandemic with some interest. So let's hope that there is quickly a cure for this and that we can actually get together for a real Warpstock again, which I'm actually hoping is going to be next year in Frankfurt in Germany. One person I would really like to thank, and I don't think that he's currently here on the IRC chat, I can't see him. His name is Thomas Leuzel, and last year at Warpstock I was really pleased and so happy that somebody, when I asked who wants to organize Warpstock, and instantly Thomas said, well, I actually want to do it. I went like, huh? Can somebody give me a pinch in my arm? I've been doing this for probably 10 years. So anyway, we've got an affordable youth hostel in the south of Frankfurt, which is very well connected by train and airplane from over Europe and the rest of the world. So if the COVID problem is solved, then we hope to do Warpstock Europe again physically in 2021 in Frankfurt. Are there any other OS2 or Warpstock questions? Would people like voice to pick up on a certain activity? Would you like to contribute? There was at least one person that sent me a brief summary of Warpstock Europe. I'm just looking at it, one slide moment. Oh yeah, that was sent by Chris, and he made a short posting. I'm considering posting that to the Articles OS2 Voice website. Sorry, I'm just looking here. Yeah, there's a thank you from Mr. Folty for organizing Warpstock. So yeah, it's kind of an open-ended session. I'm just waiting for the delay in the YouTube stream.
Am I still online as well?
Sorry?
Am I still online with you?
Is Dimitri still online?
No.
Not the audio, okay. No, you're not online. I'm still online waiting for questions. I don't think that there are any other questions. OS4 would like to thank for the interesting presentations. Well, you can thank us, but you can certainly thank the people behind their desk that they put in the time to create the slides. Alex certainly was this year's Warpstock Cinema runner-up. He had 3 presentations showing us what you can do in your spare time for OS2. So that deserves a virtual round of applause from my perspective. So yeah, my closing words are, it's 2020, and there's always doubt with people. Oh no, OS2 is doomed. Yeah, there's going to be a day that this platform will no longer be able to run. Well, we've just seen UEFI in action yesterday. It's there, it's undeniable, it works, period. And I've been testing it on other equipment as well. So yeah, we are working on the browser that has had some setbacks. We've tried to explain to the best of our ability how why that is the case. Working on OS2 is you simply need very driven and people that want to push on to keep going. It takes a level of enthusiasm, but yeah, that's what this is all about. Okay, then I'd like to say everybody thank you for watching the video stream. We have had a average amount of viewers of around 50 people on the stream, so keep on working on OS2, keep the forums alive, and I hope to see you all next year. This is Nijkerk, the Netherlands, and this is the end of Warpstock Europe 2020, the first virtual version. Thank you for joining, stay healthy, and see you online or in my mailbox. Thank you for watching.